Good day. What you can find today? Oh, yeah, it's the patch that did it to you. It's the patch. Good old patch. For those of you that are wondering, you might be reading the title of the live stream and be like, post patch Arcane Trickster? Did they patch it? Did they nerf it? What post patch? It's just engagement bait. There was actually no patch due to reasons which we're going to talk about in a bit here. Give you some of the news. But yeah, it's just engagement bait because people knew the game was down. So if I write post patch in the title, because it's technically kind of correct, I am playing after the patch. Somebody might be like, "Oh my god, did they nerf it? I gotta log in. I gotta see. I gotta log in. I gotta see." And then they log in, or they look in the stream, and everything's the same because they're not nerfing Arcane Trickster because it's fine. Just thought I'd share that tidbit of information with all of you guys, in case somebody gets bamboozled. But yeah, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the stream. I'm your host, Stream Tom, and I have a massive headache today, and I do not know why. So I'm gonna be a little bit slower today, a little bit quieter. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be a little bit quieter today because of the major headache, which is not ideal, but it is what it is. I get those sometimes. Actually, for me, it's usually worse. I usually have the migraines, so it's not a migraine today. It's just a headache, which is very manageable. Migraine, not so much. Migraine is very hard to manage, but headache is a thing we can deal with. Anyways, let's load it up here. What's up, everybody? Yeah, we're gonna be playing some more Arcane Trickster. There was no patch. I'll pull up the info here. So people can see it. We have this. So we have update from Cordovan, who said there's downtimes notice, which is this morning. Game was down, and they said the game worlds will be down Friday, and there will be release notes. See you back in game. When they said update, we've encountered a technical issue in our hotfix that prevents us from deploying Friday morning. We are instead going to still bounce the game worlds ahead of this weekend to try and provide some relief while we continue to work through the issue with our hotfix build. We'll have more information on the timing of a hotfix, and the game world restart will take place between the time whatever. And then, of course, the game worlds have reopened. They came back up this morning. So to give you guys some context, there are two primary things that, from my understanding, that they're trying to adjust here. Hold on, I'm like really warm too. I'm gonna open the window. Yeah. There we go. There are two main things that they are adjusting here. Number one is that higher level items don't fit in the bank, which causes massive problems to many elements of the game. So what I mean by that is, let's just take a quick example. Just gonna run over. We go this way, and I head over to the bank. So the bank right now, oh god, I can't even get there. The bank right now in game only goes up to level 34. So if you put a level 36 item in here, it's not visible. And you can't just change this to 36. The game just doesn't allow it. So like, it just defaults back down to 34. So any items that you shove in here don't fit. So that's already like a bit of a problem. But it's okay because it actually gets way worse. Because not only can the items not fit in here, if you happen to have one in your inventory and it finds its way into your reincarnation cache, you can't remove it from your reincarnation cache. It's stuck in the reincarnation cache because, again, this only goes up to 34, which means if you did buy one of the level 36 items and then you attempt to reincarnate, that level 36 item, if it was on your character, is now in your reincarnation cache and you can't get it out, which means you can't reincarnate again. Now, it's not very common for people to be doing 2 reincarnations in one day, unless SSG was currently selling autos boxes for a temporary period of time. So during the short period of time where autos boxes are available, where somebody might want to do multiple reincarnations in a day, because autos boxes come with reincarnation reset timers. Whoops. So that is an interesting problem that they are currently needing to solve. That is one of the 2 problems that they outlined, because on top of that, not this one, where's this? There's also a post here from Tolero, who said we're trying to fix a technical issue in our hotfix, for instance, deploying, blah, 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 and they're gonna get more information. It wasn't here. Where was it? Oh, yeah. And they also want to make improvements to game performance in public areas and banks, although that improvement is a partial implementation of other work being planned in the near future game update. Basically, something you might have noticed is that if you go to the new anniversary area, that town area is a laggy mess. And so the end result of it being a laggy mess is that you can't really walk around in those areas, which is kind of bad. And it's also affecting other areas of the game in public zones. Obviously, it affects the airship. We already know about the airship, but then that airship lag is now spreading to other places because there's actually more people logging in. So the public zones are more full than they were before. Some of you might not have seen this, but yesterday there were, like, on some servers, like 6 to 8 to 10 like anniversary zones active that you could flip between because there were so many people logging into play. Like, it's pretty wild. So, yeah, interesting stuff there. So they said that is being planned for a future game update, but they're going to work on something in the short term to try to mitigate that, which is probably a pretty good idea considering a lot of people are logging in for the anniversary, and it looks kind of bad if a bunch of people log in for the anniversary and they log in and then lock up. So again, good idea of something to try to work on sooner. However, they said the game update is not deploying as soon as they were expecting, exclusively because of this. So yeah. Why did this not happen when the level cap went up? So it didn't happen when the level cap went up because when the level cap went up, they adjusted the bank at the same time. Whereas here, the level cap isn't going up. They're just adding items for the next level cap. And presumably they already had plans to update the bank for the next level cap. But then, you know, the person, I think it's just a situation of like either left hand not talking to right hand or not having the right, you know, flow in place of going, okay, we're going to give out an item that's above the current level cap. And then not realizing that you have to update the bank to go along with that because the bank update was probably planned for later. So they're just going to shove it forward. I can't imagine that making the bank take higher level items is too big of a deal. But yeah. Anyway, as far as when we're going to get this patch, I don't know. And as far as I can tell, this is the only thing. Oh, one from Mars. You haven't played since the anniversary came out yesterday, and they have a bunch of really cool new items. They're like time-twisted versions of regular items based on the quest that you do. I don't want to spoil it if you haven't done it. It's very cool. But they're giving us the option to get level 36 items specifically because if they didn't, no one would care about getting any of them because you wouldn't want to like pre-farm for items from the new expansion. So, like if the items were level 32, you just wouldn't use them. So yeah. Kodo said if they up the number in the bank to 36, we can level up to 36. Oh no, really? Oh no. That's amazing, dude. I don't even know how those two systems are tied together. That's awesome. Well, they gotta figure that one out. Oh man. I wonder if is that the same in game? Can I go here and I can't set this to 36, right? I don't think so. No, I can't. Oh my god, it's got to be the same thing too. In here, if you get this at 36, you should be able to put the level range up to 36. Wait, are they using max level as a formula for that? Oh no. That's insane, dude. Wait, we got info? Wait, where's this info, Liminal? Was that in the adventure area, in the anniversary area? I didn't see it there. Is that such an easy future-proofing set? I mean, yeah, but now you have this problem. It doesn't look at level, yeah. Oh, chat with Tolero? Oh, that came out today. Oh, yeah, links are good. It's very helpful. I didn't see that. That's kind of cool. Maybe we'll watch that later. I don't know if I want to watch a whole video, but I also have a big headache, so I don't really want to do a whole lot of things. Just switch from raid and frostlands for monsters. I mean, I find it really entertaining in the short term. I understand that some people don't like getting obliterated by random scorching rays and random frostlances, but like, as somebody who plays this game and doesn't really die to anything ever, yeah. Know the info, but others might not. I don't know. I don't know what I know or what I don't know. So, as far as things coming out, Brighter Underdark, again, I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Legendary Reincarnation, couldn't tell you. Admittedly, I don't really care much for the idea of Legendary Reincarnation, just because I'm just not that interested in totality. Although, if they do add Legendary Reincarnation, they have to give us a way to keep epic XP. Yep. I died. Play this game a ton, I die to everything everywhere. Oh, come on, Float. You don't die to everything. Besides, now you can die to Scorching Ray. It's really fun. Only for anniversary items only? I don't know. I like the idea of having an item that you can get now that you can use later. I think that's really cool. There was something they did in Destiny, actually, where ahead of the most recent expansion, that you could do an event that gave you, like, these tickets or whatever, and the tickets didn't do anything, but then when the expansion released, you could trade in the tickets with a vendor to get, like, the brand new loot right away. So there was like a pre-event thing where you could farm it out and then you could get the cool loot right away. It wasn't the best loot, but it was like an example of some of the new items, and it basically got you playing with the new toys, which I think was a cool way to encourage people to like log in. Epic XP? Yeah. I just want to keep Epic XP. What's up, Nemor Jai? What's up, Julian? How you doing? But yeah, no, I haven't seen that video yet, so that's kind of cool. Incarnations, they better having level back up. To 1 to 30. Oh, yeah, dude. If I have to do my entire re-leveling of my entire character, there's no way in modern year, like, I don't care if it takes like a... If let's say we get to level 40, and the Legendary Reincarnation takes engineering a whole calendar year to rework reincarnations, that way you can just, like, snapshot your character at a certain point and go back to your snapshot, do it. Don't give me Legendary Reincarnation. Make it take an extra year. Yeah. Oh, dude. Imagine you want to do a legendary and an epic and a heroic reincarnation. So you have to do it 3 times. Or, yeah, do it twice. And you're playing a rogue, too? Ugh. It'd be so horrible. Yeah, what if legendary reincarnation is just like, it just is an epic and a heroic in one go, so you don't have to re-level. That's it. The legendary is that it just saves your wrist from having to click, but on the downside you have to earn like 100 billion XP. It's a bad idea, but it's a funny idea. Anyways, but yeah, so that's currently what's going on there, which is hilarious. Other things that probably nobody cares about, but I saw that was kind of interesting, is that this is something that makes me happy, and I hope more games adopt systems like this. This is unrelated to DDO, but in the video game The Elder Scrolls Online, they're doing a bunch of quality of life updates, and they are retiring daily login rewards. They're getting rid of them, and I love that. I hate daily login rewards. Daily login rewards are the worst MMO feature ever. As random user puts, on the one hand, yay, removing FOMO bullshit. On the other hand, you're removing a feature that gives us free shit, and then somebody at the company says, you'll still get free stuff. Don't worry about that. I hate the FOMO, you gotta log in every day. Daily login reward, you gotta log in. If you don't log in, you don't get a reward. It makes me angry, and I don't like it. So yeah. Well, yeah, but it's not a daily login reward. I hate daily login reward. I hate the idea. Like, this is the reason why I don't use the daily dice rolls, is because I just find it frustrating. It's just a stupid thing. I don't want to be rewarded for logging in every day. I want to have a reason to want to log in every day because the video game is fun. Like, imagine making your video game fun so you want to log in, as opposed to trying to convince people that, well, the video game may or may not be fun, but here's your daily login thing. I don't like it. So yeah. No, Dungeons & Dragons Online isn't doing anything. I would like to see Dungeons & Dragons Online retire the daily dice roll and just make the game more fun so you want to log in and play generally. I think it's a better system. Like, so many video game companies and marketing executives will try to figure out ways where they're like, yeah, what if we can just like convince people that they should log in every day? That's like a good idea. And I'm like, what if the game is fun so people want to log in? Like, what if that was the bar, you know? Instead of investing in like weird, like manipulative tactics to convince people they should log in to do an activity, what if the game was fun so you wanted to log in? Because fun video games are fun. I know. Yeah, you just get a bunch of garbage. Well, also the silver rolls are just like bad entirely. Like, you can imagine getting a silver roll and getting anything good out of it. I gotta talk to a genie. As far as fun, I love Arcane Trickster. I'm having an absolute blast with this character. I like spellcasters more than like most other character types, and so the fact that this character makes a competent spellcaster while also being a trap character, while also getting the cool stuff like the mage hand, so I can disable traps with a spell instead of having to go up and touch them. All of that stuff is really cool. I have 2 marketplaces? Oh my god. People be logging in, man. I know. Now that being said, I'm not making the claim that it's easy to just make the game be more fun, but I just rather like game companies spent their energy doing that instead of like, how can we convince people it's a good idea to log in every day? Patch notes? I did look at the patch notes and I don't know what I'm gonna play. I need more time to think about it.
I shall
We still have like a week and I need more time to let it percolate.
Stream. Been fun watching you level as Arcane Trickster.
Yo, Hartman, welcome back to the stream team for 49 months. Appreciate this. It's been a fantastic day. 49 months is a very long time. It's almost as long as 50 months, which you're almost there. Good work. Keep it up. Does spells too? Well, so the argument there is that Artificer spells will feel good, and the answer is Artificer spells don't feel good until you get like Lightning Bolt and Blast Rod, which then feel good temporarily until you get either to the part where you start fighting a bunch of demons which are immune to lightning in totality, and also both of those spells cap out at level 10. So when you're like level 15 to 17 going into Sharn and you're doing like 400 damage a spell to enemies that have like 2,000 hit points, it really doesn't feel that good anymore. To be fair, you do get Arcane Tempest, Chain Lightning, and Tactical Detonation, but you don't get all of those spells. You get them incrementally, and it takes some time. So yeah, it is yeah, not necessarily a bad thing, but this character is a much more competent spellcaster right away. Melee Templar not suck. Melee Templar is great. Just playing Inquisitor. Melee Templar is always good. Just playing Inquisitor. How long is the anniversary event? The anniversary is going on until, I believe, March 31st. So you have the entire month of March to play through the anniversary event. Yeah, I haven't decided on what to do for Path of Exile. I did do a lot of patch note reading last night. I also watched like the reveal and everything else. And the problem I keep running into right now is that I really want to play Prismatic Burst Saboteur because they buff Saboteur with the trigger bots, which could be fun. I also kind of was thinking about Absolution, which seems really interesting, and using like the Sentinels of Absolution. And I think that could also be like a really, really fun build. Because they buff the Sentinels by 40% on terms of their damage. So I like the idea of doing like either a Necromancer or a Guardian and then kind of buffing up all the creatures. Although maybe not Guardian, maybe just Necromancer. I'm not sure. But there's something going on there. I think Absolution might be the play. I'm not a minion guy, but Absolution looks cool. I would say that for me, I'm having fun with this character doing what I'm currently doing, but I need more time to explore around it. I mean, also, I just want to make sure this is super clear. Is this more fun than playing Artificer? Yes, absolutely. Why? It's brand new and Artificer is like 15 years old. So it's not that Artificer isn't fun. It's that I've been playing Artificer for 15 years and I've been playing Arcane Trickster for 2 days. And Arcane Trickster is really fun. It has not burned me out yet. Is plus Feral. So the problem with that is that there was a time where you had the ability to get or not had the ability. The Elementalist, not the Elementalist, the Herald from Freesia gets +2 Sentinels of Purity, which means you can combine that with the Dark Monarch for an extra 12 Sentinels of Purity and get yourself yeah, 12 Sentinels and have them be like Giga Melee guys from Herald of Purity, which would be kind of interesting. And then you could run that with some of the feral stuff and some of the buffs. There's some neat stuff you could do. Inquisitive do with ATR. Arcane Trickster is cool because at a base level, you just get some good utility spells that help you out along the way. Every character can make good use out of Flash Freeze. When they fix the DC on Sound Burst, it'll be nice. And you can pick up some cure spells. So, like, imagine if you just... Like, obviously you're going to have multi-class with an Inquisitive, so you could just add healing if you wanted to. But the benefit of Rogue on an... or Arcane Trickster on an Inquisitive is you get access to extra healing, which is kind of cool. However, bear in mind that regular Rogue is better for an Inquisitive, specifically because regular Rogue gets access to Assassin, which gives you more damage generally, which is quite good. So if you're going to go... And pretty much, if you want to go Assassin or do more damage, you're going to get more results out of regular Rogue. But Arcane Trickster has some cool, like, secondary things, like more crowd control and things like that. Yo, what's up, Chris? How you doing? Maybe cock. Yeah, don't worry. Everyone's... Drew, it's... you know, whenever a new league starts, everybody's staring at cock, wondering what's going to happen. Elf for Paralyze Arrow, Sneak Attack Lock. Yeah, you could do that. You can do that here, though, because you can, like, do a whole bunch of things. Enough accuracy. Clusters to get his masteries. Accuracy to int. Yeah, not getting enough accuracy kind of sucks. I mean, you also have the aura node, so you just run a super juiced precision, which is what I would usually do. There's so many, like, legendary groups, and then no leveling groups. It's just all legendary. Legendary, 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 legendary. Legendary. My god. Paralyzing Arrow, absolutely. You just need more. You just need to make sure you get high enough DCs. I was actually talking to somebody who was thinking about doing Arcane Trickster with that. And by talking to somebody who was just Neurosouth, not saying just Neurosouth, but he was the guy who was talking about it. Tricks on Tricks gives you +4 enchantment DCs, and this gives you +2 enchantment DCs. So, and I believe Dampier also gives you enchantment DCs. So between Dampier, this, and this, you can get a whole bunch, and then you can run Arcane Archer and have a super strong Paralyzing Arrow if you really want to. Or you could run Elf Arcane Archer and go pure Arcane Trickster, and then get all the Arcane Trickster spells, get +6 on your enchantment here, and get some other stuff. Or you can do some multiclassing, and my recommendation was do like Monk Cleric and do some of that. But yeah, there's a lot of really neat options in terms of enchantment DCs. I'm eating egg, bacon, American cheese, sriracha aioli breakfast sandwich on a hoagie roll. Oh, damn. I don't know what a hoagie roll is. What's up, Dorn? How you doing? I'm not familiar with the expression hoagie roll. I know what a hoagie is. Oh, it's just the sub sandwich. Okay, gotcha. Sub. Yeah, Arcane Trickster, Monk, and Cleric, Arcane Archer. So you go like Arcane Trickster to get access to Tricks on Tricks, which gives you the illusion, the enchantment DCs, as well as like mixed magic, so you have max cast level of all your spells. And you go Elf, so you get access to Arcane Archer. And you go Cleric, so you get access to Law Domain, which gives you even more enchantment DCs. And you go Monk, so you get access to was it Ocean Stance or whatever? That gives you even more wisdom. So you can kind of stack up super high wisdom, and then you pick up wisdom to hit and damage, and you become like a wisdom bow user. Especially the elf one. That would be very cool. I don't think they will, but that'd be very cool. Anyways, I should stop getting distracted. Today will be a slower day because unfortunately I have a massive headache. So I'm just like... Ugh. That's right, it is weekend. Oh my god, are you off for the weekend? Damn you, Europeans. Already in the future, already enjoying your weekend? Curses. What shall the rest of us plebs do? Boil away. Elf and 20 rogue for all the sneak attack dice. Yeah, there's like, again, that's the nice thing about DDO is you got a lot of flexibility. You can do all sorts of crazy stuff. Frustration in a bottle. Yeah, so that's why, for those of you that didn't know, we'll go over it again because I think some more people have like dropped in. But DDO was supposed to be having downtime to fix two things. The main two fixes was the fact that level 36 items brick your bank. So if you get any of the new level 36 items, they really destroy your character right now. And so they have to fix it sometime soon. Again, one of the problems is if you have a level 36 item in your character's inventory and then you reincarnate, the new level 36 items come from the anniversary as a way to prep for getting new things. When you reincarnate, they go into the reincarnation cache, and then it means you can't reincarnate again. You might be wondering, who's reincarnating 2 times in 2 days? And the answer is Autos boxes are currently available for sale, which allow you to reincarnate multiple times in a single day. Should people be buying 10 Autos boxes? I don't know, I'm not your dad, buy whatever you want, but some people are, and they get stuck if they have one of those items where you just can't reincarnate, which sucks when they're also still selling those things. So you can buy a bunch of stuff, but you can't actually use it, which is even more annoying because right now, especially just this weekend, there's a VIP XP boost. The VIP XP boost affects Autos box experience, which means it's actually easier and faster to do your reincarnations than it normally would be. Which means if they don't fix this by Tuesday when the XP boost goes away, people that are investing in playing the game more by going to the anniversary event, getting the level 36 items, engaging with the new content, and then spending more money on Autos boxes to reincarnate, get stuck. And they're going to lose out on the XP bonus, which sucks for them. So this is something they need to fix. Apparently they could not fix it today, so they are working on that. Another issue is also the fact that town spaces, so like where you go to see other things, like the anniversary event space in particular, is crazy laggy. It is a huge problem. So they know they need to fix that and adjust it. And so they said they have a fix. They have a kind of more town space oriented fix for lag coming in the future, but they are going to try to do something in the shorter term because they know it's a big problem. Again, in Quest, I found Quest for the most part not to be that laggy, but bro, the anniversary zone, let's just say if you want to get your buffs, talk to the genie in House P or in the Hall of Heroes. It's a way better way to do it.
Within the shadows of the prison township of Wayloon, a deeper dawn.
This isn't exactly a big fail. It's a pretty big fail.
Cast a light on it before
basically giving people the ability to buy 2 things that have a really negative overlap is a pretty big fail. This one's pretty bad. So hopefully they are able to solve this problem. Allegedly, this is what somebody said. That allegedly Cordovan said that just fixing the problem of saying, oh, level 36 in your bank, just make it go to level 36. Apparently this number is tied to maximum character level in the game. So if they do up this to 36 so you can fix this problem, then players will be able to level up to 36, and that is not good. And so how do the well wishes? Every time they do an in-depth post about how the old code worked, I'm mystified. Oh yeah, same here. That's why hearing stuff like that, where it's like, oh, they can't just raise the level in the bank because it's tied to character level, I'm like, well, that sucks. Oh, source on this. Oh. As a matter of fact, you can't just set it to 40 or 30 and forget it. Doing so will characters level up to the way the system works, so tomorrow's fix is essentially telling the bank to display it if it can't find a level. Oh, interesting. There we go. So yeah, that's neat. There you go. There's a little bit of insight into what's actually happening there. Anyway, so I just thought I'd share that information with you guys, so that way you have all of that. Anniversary request word missing from exchange stuff nobody doesn't know. No, you got a month, so I wouldn't worry about prioritizing anything. You got like a whole month. Look through the item lists. So there's like the 2 different events. There's like the little boards. If there's any items there you want, just make sure you go get them while the event is active, and make sure the most important thing is just claim Arcane Trickster, which is free. All you have to do is talk to a guy. So yeah. The other thing as well is when it comes to the remnants, I mean, yeah, you can turn them in or not turn them in. The first like 4 or 5 layers is really easy, so I would recommend just doing that because getting remnants is pretty easy, especially right now in DDO. I have earned like 6,000 remnants in the past 2 days. It's not bad. Anyway. Oh yeah, also I want to make sure this is important. The players are not QA and they're not play testers, which is the reason why it is not the test realm. DDO does not have a test server. It is the preview server. Players are meant to preview the content and give feedback if they want, but it's not a test server. People don't have to go out of the way to test mechanics or test other things. that is SSG's job to find and catch those bugs. I log on to the preview server and do a bunch of testing because I want to make sure bugs are caught so the things that I want to play work properly. But ideally, that would happen in-house. And to be related, constantly recalculating feats is a good example. It's like, why was it ever like this? I mean, that's part of it. The lag is never one thing, right? It's the same thing how there was a major change that went through that basically made it so that adventure zones were no longer like fully loading, and instead were only partially loading with some new tech, and that reduced lag dramatically across the entire game world. So again, it's going to depend on exactly what it is you're doing. TTT group? No, I'm good. I did TTT. So yeah. So to rectify it, sure they're scrambling to fix stuff. Well, they're gonna fix it. Again, I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not being a negative Nancy. Okay, I want to make sure I'm not being a negative Nancy. I'm just being very realistic that the conflict of not being of selling autos boxes that then if somebody did the anniversary event and bought one of the new items can't use during the short window where autos boxes get boosted experience points, which is not a frequent occurrence, is a really bad mix-up. Because that's the people that are spending the most money that are getting the most screwed for directly engaging in the new content. It's not even something where it's like, well, you should have known. It's just bad. The people that are going to spend the most money in the shortest period of time are getting most affected by this negative consequence. Again, most people will reincarnate and then discover on Sunday or Monday or Tuesday, it's in my cache and I can't do anything about it. And then by that time, it'll be fixed. It's the short term,
Quest received.
And first time I was able to watch your stream, just wanted to enjoy your builds and learn a lot. Oh, glad to hear that, Gold Chris. I hope to continue to provide you with good builds and other things in the future. I am TRing today? Probably not. I have a big headache, so I'm just going to try to get to levels slowly and deal with that. But funny shit always happens on weekends. That's why a lot of video games patch on Tuesday. Because you got Monday to set up the patch, you got Tuesday to patch it, and you have until Friday to fix it before it breaks. That's why patching on Friday is a nightmare. Fun fact, Path of Exile does all their patches on Friday, and I have no idea how they do that. That sounds horrible. Patching on a Friday, and then that basically means that, and they do like a hotfix every like hour or so. So, yeah. It's wild. So they have people working the entire weekend. Weekly episodes of South Park? Oh yeah. Yeah, 6 Days to Air is a really cool little documentary piece. Den of Vipers. Have a tank. Oh man, do I need a Den of Vipers run? No, I have everything I need from Den of Vipers. We're good. All right, we're gonna do some quests. Yo, what's up, Kenahans? How you doing? Hopefully you're feeling better. Harper's R1. If is not located in the traditional location in House B, there should. If he's not there, you can just talk to Fred and he'll teleport you to the gym. I guess there's only one in the Hall of Heroes. Because I kept going to the Hall of Heroes. I assumed because Fred was there, then the Jinn would be there. But yeah, you might have to just go to the Hall of Heroes if you want to get your buff. Or you could just talk to Fred in House P and then he'll take you to the area where you lag out and then you get your buff and you leave. So yeah. Just asking to work on Saturday? Oh yeah. Outbreak. Overgrowth. Also, if my gameplay feels bad, again, brain hurty today, so that's why. For being good to their employees at the same time? Oh yeah. A lot of their employees do end up taking time off to play the league start. Yeah, you mentioned that your family was coming to visit you for your birthday, which is exciting.
Take that key on the table. I forget which
Getting old ain't all bad.
door to hospital swings open. Moist air, oozes of rotten foliage wafts in.
I will say, blasting wisps and doing extra damage to them is very satisfying. Oh my god, is this an epic Blightcaster? Are we Blightcasting in Legendary? Let's go, dude.
Taken ill, just like the other patients. Magical money did not protect him. This corpse contains some of the
I mean, the damage feels okay.
spoke of. Nearby, a
Golden. Ooh, gold coin. I gotcha. Why isn't the gin in House P? I don't know. Did you forget to put it there? But yeah, like I said, I did not go through House P. I assumed it would be there. I apologize if it's not there. But fortunately, DDO is the Stormreach is a very small world, so just either head into the Hall of Heroes or head into the what do you call it? The Anniversary Zone. Both should be pretty good.
He seems to be in an advanced state of the infection. There is another sample of the patient's corpse. If uncollected, it is time to return to
I mean, I gotta say, even though it's a lot of single target, it doesn't feel that bad. Yeah, the big events are laggy. I will say, I have more hope that the lag for the big events are going to get fixed, specifically because the rest of the game is so much less laggy. Like I said, in Quest, you don't really experience a lot of lag right now, that hopefully it makes it easier for them to identify problem areas. But we'll see how that goes. They did mention they already have a fix planned for like some of the actual open areas, specifically the Anniversary Zone, but we'll see if we actually get more than just that.
But the key thing is, Evening Star is safe.
Barovia ready is a good amount of XP epic before incarnating to jump up in XP. All epic and ready and Barovia legendary. I mean, the epic sagas give a lot less than legendary sagas, so usually you'd do like more legendary sagas as well. But admittedly, I will say this, None, I'm not a big saga farming guy. I used to do 2 epic reincarnations back in the day before I would do a heroic reincarnation. But nowadays, there's actually way more heroic lives than epic lives. So if you do more than 1 epic reincarnation, eventually you won't be able to epic reincarnate anymore, which is actually a bad thing. Because one of the things you can do with epic reincarnation is you can use it to a quick character reset. Let's say you're playing as like a druid and you want to, or a Blightcaster, and you want to turn into a regular druid for endgame. What you can do is you can just do an epic reincarnation and reset your character to 20 and then go back all the way up to the level cap. What you might not know is you actually can't epic reincarnate if you don't have any epic past lives to earn. The game won't let you. So you can't just reset your character and still keep it at the level cap. You have to go buy a lesser heart of wood from the store. Which again is not ideal because the solution of okay, just go buy this thing is not what everybody wants to hear.
Defeating his fellow defenders has drawn the Woodwold's ire. The Woodwold falls to the ground.
Never seen a Skypire Dagger. 25 pulls to the luck despite the bonuses. Yeah, it's a nightmare. I can't recommend anyone does it. That being said, if you happen to have the VIP bonus for Saltmarsh, which gives you the 15% discovery potion for 3 hours on a brand new character, you can make an iconic, go get the bonus from the Djinn, and then try to farm that way. And that's going to be your best bet. Because that's an extra 25% loot drop rate.
Friend or foe.
Ugh.
Something rustles in the deep foliage of the room. A second woodwold.
Do some horse bank thing in the harbor. Just plain rude. Yeah, it's actually kind of nice that some of the vendors actually you can't wear your mount or like ride your mount next to them. I actually appreciate it. Oh yeah, epic reincarnations are the most powerful reincarnation. Like that's just a true statement. But yeah, once you're done on your epic reincarnations, you just can't epic reincarnate anymore. So you have like, it's this weird double-edged sword.
Look sharp! To arms! The third woodwind has taken notice of the disturbance.
Well met!
Come on.
I had
Hello,
grown
buddy.
weary of naught but bark and leaves for company. You
Come on.
are aware this place is far from safe, yes? But of course you are.
The wooden defender.
Look at the damage. It's not amazing, but it's kind of fun. There's boosted chance of getting shield tome frags. I actually don't know what the discovery bonuses even affect in totality. because discovery bonuses are really weird. It's really hard to get like math done on them to identify how good or bad they are, because we don't actually know how it works behind the scenes. Some people, the main issue is that it's hard to get like good sample size. At least right now with the 10%, it should be pretty noticeable, going from like the 10% from doing elite difficulty. So you go from like 33% drop rate to something else, or even normal mode. But the problem with Ransack is it makes it difficult to calculate actually how much you're getting. It's hard to say. For someone doing epics rather than getting interns getting equipment together. Yeah, if you have never done any epics, if you own Saltmarsh or Keep on the Borderlands, Keep on the Borderlands has a fantastic amount of low-level gear. Keep on the Borderlands is level 21 stuff, and it's all relatively easy to get because the quests are pretty fast, so that one's good. And then the alternative is also Saltmarsh. All the gear, you can farm it, it's all level 3, and then you just upgrade it using the Salt Meadow hay. And the reason why that's good is you can get lots of Salt Meadow hay while farming out for your gear, and even if you did want to spend like Astral Shards to do rerolls, the Astral Shards that you're spending, you're only spending like 3 Astral Shards per reroll, because it's a low-level quest. So it makes the items actually extremely easy to farm, so getting full Saltmarsh gear sets is very easy. It's also one of the reasons why many players will end up doing Saltmarsh gear sets traditionally on like hardcore, because even though the gear is like lower level, it doesn't matter because it's so much easier to come by. Oh, man.
They must be weakened before there is hope. Great root barriers have grown over every bear den. What twisted force is at work here?
No problem. Glad to help.
This is far from nature and balance.
Oh, God. Freeze. Alright, I had a headache that has gotten worse, and now I have the classic light sensitivity, so I think I might have a migraine coming on, which is great. Love that. It's fun. I will stay here until I can't deal with it anymore. Which might come soon, but we'll see. Fortunately for me, I'm very resilient, and I like playing video games. Take the Midol now. I have already taken medications. I wasn't sure if I was, like, I felt weird, and I wasn't sure if it was just a headache or a migraine, because my head hurts, and I think it is the latter. But that's okay. We're just gonna hang out. I'll be fine. New question. I'm looking to reincarnate Razor Shifter. I want to use Shrimp's Hardcore 9 build, but do single fighting. How would you change it to do so? I mean, there wouldn't be that much change. You just change up your specific weapon. One of the benefits of single weapon fighting is you can be more flexible in terms of the weapon that you choose. But at the end of the day, it's pretty, I would say it's pretty comparable. It's pretty similar. When it came in, oh yeah. Is this the prodrome phrase? That's correct, the prodrome phase. Look at you knowing words. Very proud of you. Good job. Block the light from the window to help. I can't really block the light from the window because the light from the window is, I don't have like a darker curtain. My type of migraines a while back.
He has gone to Druid's Deep.
There you go. But yeah, basically that's the idea. And there are certain types of medications that you can take specifically during that phase that basically like cancel it out. But once it hits, there's nothing you can do about it.
None of these lands are safe.
I didn't used to get that many, so I haven't talked to my doctor about it. Miss things now that you're a dad. Hey, dads can play video games. I believe in you. And the best part about that, about dads playing video games, is you're actually doing the thing that I think is really smart. And this is not just for me, but one of the best things about modern times is getting access to tools to make your video games more fun is easier than ever. And so a lot of people, you know, like to spend their time like forcing their way through every video game and trying to do everything entirely on their own, myself included. But like now, because whether it's this, either Dungeons & Dragons Online, you know, using my guides or other video games, being able to just be like, oh, I don't have time to come up with my own whole build and keep up with all the things, but there's a thing I can just follow, and then it tells me the information I need and gets me somewhere, like that is extremely helpful and useful. Like because I'm a childless, unemployed person, I have lots of time to look at the new Path of Exile patch notes and come up with my own character build and whatever it is that I want to do. But I have friends that literally don't do that and just go to content creator, watch video, it looks cool, play thing. And it's like, oftentimes they have more fun because they're not struggling, because they just did something that is actually good instead of trying to figure out how to make something good. But yeah, it's good, man. Me and my buddies were disappointed with the Giant Hold's gear drops. Is the gear just outdated? No, the gear is outdated. Giant Hold was one of the first epicified adventures, so it is just 10 years old. Maybe more than that. When was Giant Hold epic? Shoot, that would have been 2014? 2013? Might have been 2013. Maybe 13 years old. And it's never been updated. Apparently the reason why they haven't updated it is because the old system of the normal, or like epic normal, epic hard, epic elite gear is really frustrating to deal with. And how they actually give out the gear is really stupid. So they haven't updated it.
Was that you must be a wolf, a fish, and a bear to find the way.
It's actually, even still, not in the same vein, but what I do oftentimes is if I want to replay an old video game, instead of like replaying the old video game, I just like watch a speed run of the game, and then I get to see it, usually like 100% speed run or something like that, because then I get to see like the whole game. I get to see how somebody is playing it kind of quick and cool. And also it lets me the member berries of like, oh yeah, I remember going here, I remember doing this, and then I don't have to like play the old video game instead. And it saves me a lot of time. All of them except for one. There's a pair of hand wraps called the Welcome, We're on Druid's Curse. There's a pair of hand wraps called the Adamantine Knuckles, or Adamantine Wraps, and those hand wraps are insanely good for leveling. The only thing that outdoes them is the Antipodes, which you can get from the raid Caught in the Web, which you're probably not going to do, which are level 23. But the epic adamantine hand wraps, or adamantine wraps, you can get them for free from, they could drop from a few quests, but then also there's the turn-in, where you talk to the character at the end. Oh yeah, Skull Smasher. I mean, then you have to use a light base, but then so you're like maybe an ASMR Scourge build. Whoa, headache. Oh my god. Okay, we're good.
Light shines brightly from above. You have passed through.
This is literally me, except I have no kids. I mean, true. Kids in this economy? Take a little half-hour break. Listen, Julian, I appreciate your kind words, but two things. One, I'm a stubborn person. I'm stubborn as a mule, and I do have the deep desire to continue to play and level up this character because Arcane Trickster is really fun. Look at my magic missiles. Look at them. It's really fun. Okay. Yeah, also true. League of Legends mentality. Sorry, dude. Can't end in a loss. Yeah, can't end in a loss. Fact. But nah, we're good. Don't worry. I will properly take care of myself. I will not get injured. And also, the best part about migraines is that migraines don't generally cause like any type of permanent damage. It's just a lot of discomfort that makes me hate every element of the entire planet. But listen, you know what I could do? I could go sit in the dark quietly. You know what else I could do? Get yelled at by people on Twitch while also playing Rogue badly. How good is Magic Missile build? I can't remember how often Night Shield is an issue. Skenjin, they just added the new Arcane Trickster, if you haven't seen DDO in a little while, which is a character that adds sneak attack damage onto their spells by default, with no internal cooldown, which means that if you shoot 5 missiles, all 5 missiles apply your sneak attack damage, which is very cool. So Magic Missile is back. It's quite powerful. It is not as good as Cold Druid, Cold Alchemist, and Cold Sword. Don't worry about that, but it is quite good for both leveling and endgame. And on top of that, you get an ability called Pinpoint, where it makes it so that when I hit an enemy with my Mage Hand, either my Mage Hand Eye Poke, my Mage Hand Slap to blind somebody, or my Mage Hand Presto, it actually takes off the shield spell, so they don't have it anymore. I can dispel it from them.
And I saw that within this
So yeah.
of such power.
Is this why I'm a little parasocial about it? Oh, yeah. But I'm not going to cause myself any problems. It's just going to, like, oh no, I'll have more head pain later. And I'll need to be in the dark for longer. Whatever. The spell skill off of disable device is correct. So I'm level 27, and the DC on Presto is 114 right now. Good morning. I want to ask if there are any hybrid druid builds out there. I want to make a Jaheira inspired build for a while now. Jaheira, Baldur's Gate 2, or Baldur's Gate 1 Jaheira, Baldur's Gate 2 Jaheira, or Baldur's Gate 3 Jaheira. What kind of fucking treasure chest is this? Gold and 1 item? Where's my rose diamonds? Where's my spell components? What the heck? These druids just decided to not give me any loot. Amazing. But your thirst from migraine, you know, yeah, spell I'm gonna have it in 30, drink some water and have a nap. Exactly. Like, don't worry, I will hit a wall and turn everything off. But right now, I'm just like, it's fine. Treasure from druids? Yeah, I want treasure from druids. Yeah, if you want to do that, I would say hybrid druid's a little bit harder because that's like sword and scimitar, and not going into an animal form because she doesn't really do that in Baldur's Gate 2. And the problem is that melee druid without an animal form is not that good. So it is a bit of a tough sell. Also, now I have Spirit Blades. Is Spirit Blades good? I don't know. We'll find out. I don't think so, but we'll find out. So you can do it for sure. There's a build that I've always wanted to try to do is some type of like fire elemental druid build. The main problem is that druid has no way to get critical threat range and multiplier on their attacks outside of being in an animal form. And if you decide to multi-class, you lose out on that. Now the answer is you could play a elemental druid with a sword and shield, except instead of a sword, you use either a dagger or a kukri, and use Vistani Knife Fighter as your main tree. You could definitely get it done. So if you use like Vistani Knife Fighter, you have a dagger in one hand and a shield in the other, and that's kind of like your main focus, you will have a pretty good time. You just want to use like maybe a cosmetic of a scimitar or something. It will be quite powerful. Vistani is your main tree. You can get wisdom to hit and damage out of falconry if you want, so you can still focus on wisdom. And then you can just like either use the elemental forms or not. But yeah. Got to open up the streamer client? Correct. See this wretch? Boom. Destroyed. Using boost and play culture elemental forms gave us sad? Yeah.
Oh, I will have to be more careful with this.
Ran out of genie buffs, sorry champ. No, just your ass. No. People took all the genie buffs. Alright, I assume everybody has enough jump for this. But if anybody doesn't, I can jump them. We're good. Alright, we got enough jump. Let's go. Melee non-animal druid. Hopefully do a shillelagh iconic someday. I mean, maybe. But that's probably what I would do. Now, the reason why I say that is because Jaheira, for me in Baldur's Gate 2, was basically like you cast buffs with the druid spells and then go into melee with scimitar, and that's what I did. We're not fighting these guys? What the heck? Hold on. Let's just Spirit Blades this Reaper down. Oh, it didn't even do anything. Spirit Blades? You know, I wanted Spirit Blades to do more damage than that. It did not. I think he's still dying. Maybe it's fine. You can engage in any packs, which just makes it worse. Oh yeah. Mind Archon Shard drop? Archon Shards. Can you try to make the Black Abbot trigger from the anniversary reward? You mentioned in your stream yesterday. Hope your headache dissipates quickly. Thank you. It won't. To make the thing, you just go and get a completed Tome of Legends or shield fragment or like shield fragment pieces. Oh my god, he's getting attacked by wolves. Come on, Benson. There we go. But you just go get those. There's a wiki article for both of them that can make that pretty easy. So Tome of Legends, or is it Shield of Legends? Shield of something. And you get all of the pieces, and when you turn them in, he's being attacked by more wolves and guys. Come on, dude. Doesn't it with all 5 bolts? Yeah, I can see that. Oh yeah, there it is. Seal of the Black Abbot. Right there. And then the Seal of the Black Abbot, like I said, you can get it from the Shield Frame and Tome of Untold Legends. You get all the pages and you're good. If you don't know how to get them, on the links there, you're going to click on Shield Frame or Tome of Untold Legends. So if I go to Tome of Untold Legends, there is a instructions on where to get all those items. They're also tradable, so which can be convenient as well. And basically, to get the actual pages, you just farm rares in the Necropolis Adventure Zone, or you can run the quests, and the quests will drop them out of their chest. And that's how you do it. That's how you get them. It's not a fast process, but then once you have the Quiver of Alacrity, you don't have to do it over again, so it's pretty nice. Whoa, okay. All's well. Sorry, team. Benson, get in the house.
Good work. The warded container should be downstairs.
He's running around the outside walls.
Careful. Not underestimate the... Watch out! Never leave an opening like that.
Is this one of those things where because I have the spell quickened, it doesn't work?
I'm glad we dealt with that thing. Now go and open up the artifact container. Now, so...
Alright, well, it gave everybody a good chance to get in here.
Fragment should no longer be a threat to the operation.
Okay.
Now that it's safely
Swamp
loaded
quest.
inside the artifact
Can't quicken
container.
it.
Feel free to take anything else you find inside.
Well, shit. I didn't know that. That's just what it does. Costs 71 mana, too. You'd think this would do a lot of damage. It doesn't. But you'd think it would. Because it costs a lot. I think if it hit with all the spells, it would be fine. But because it doesn't do that, it's really... It's lackluster. But if you could hit with every single element of it, if all 5 blades did all their damage, that's 50 d6 piercing and 10... or 25 d6 force for 75 d6s over a spellcast, which is surprisingly not that good. Talking about modern DDO spell numbers is so wacky, being like 75 d6s per spell, honestly pretty bad. Also, I'm the only person in my group who's not using some type of dash or movement speed buff, so I will be lagging behind pretty regularly. Guys, I'm just trying to have the regular player experience, where you just end up walking through a quest and you don't get to fight anything. This is very common, and is one of the reasons why I actually recommended that SSG put a cap on like general movement speed, because the situations like this happen all the time. Like, I don't really care because I play this game a lot, so, and I have a huge headache, so everyone killing everything for me is kind of great. It means I don't have to do anything, and I love not having to do things sometimes. But that is a problem that a lot of like newer players or people with less experience will have, is they will join a group, and it's not just like regular zerging, is you will have some people who are like giga zerging, where they are going so like beyond the speed of you know, sound beyond the speed of light. They're just zooming. Yeah, like, look, I just missed the, was it the action boost movement speed from Purple Dragonite because I wasn't far enough ahead. So because I wasn't far enough ahead, I'm moving farther behind. Yep, yeah. You take, like, an air dash or some type of winged air dash. You take, spring attack. You have, abundant step. Got everything. Taking everything. Yeah, the fact that it doesn't have any scaling at all is kind of weird. It's got literally no scaling. I agree. I'm the same way. I think it's okay that people have the ability to play the game that they want to play it. Yeah. That's why my solution was to, at least for the early game, reduce movement speed buffs, so you only get a 15% increase in movement speed as opposed to a 30% from items, but then also make it so the base movement speed is 115%. You can fudge the number in the sheet, it's not a big deal. But the reason I would recommend doing something like that is it would mean that, like, if some new player is in the harbor or whatever, and they're running behind somebody who has, like, a full 30% movement speed, they're at least able to be kind of closer. So nobody loses speed, but the floor is brought up a tiny bit for people. But even still, yeah, the sprinting and everything is crazy.
Nether scroll piece in the Medusa's hidden treasure room.
Intimate progression is past lives, which is another issue. Yeah, like, why would I ever increase the Reaper level? Because increasing the Reaper level only gives more Reaper XP, and Reaper XP only affects Reaper mode, which most people don't care about. And so people that want to level quickly are going to do Reaper mode because it gives them the most XP possible. And so you're just going to run into a situation where people are doing the easiest Reaper mode that they can to get the most XP. It's the reason why I actually have recommended that SSG make Reaper and Elite give the same amount of XP. Because then all of the people who just want to level quickly will only play on Elite difficulty. And the people that want Challenge will play on Reaper mode instead. Because if you're leveling, there's no reason to play on, like, R1, you know, if Reaper 1 and Elite give the same difficulty. Elite is so much easier. You'd rather just do that. Make Elite Blade again? Well, it's just that I think that if they did something like that, they could get away with also making Reaper 1 through 10 harder.
You enter the inn. A voice calls out, "Help! Help! They've taken over the place!"
Pass effect when you're not in combat? Well, I think the main issue, I've talked about this before, they don't want to increase the speed at which people are doing dungeons generally. And the reason they don't want to increase the speed of people doing dungeons generally is because it has a lot of knock-on effects. Like, let's say that everybody gets a little bit of movement speed when they're not in combat, right? Well, if that makes every single quest in the game, on average, 5% faster, that also means people are opening 5% more instances than they used to be opening, which means you're effectively getting 5% more server load, because people are opening more instances and doing more stuff. You have this weird cascading effect that increasing progression rates. It also affects the price of things because now people are getting more value out of their potions. So are people going to be buying less XP potions because they're going through them faster? There's a whole bunch of weird stuff about, like, increasing speed. So I understand why some video games are hesitant. They kind of put, like, a speed cap where, like, this is how fast you go. Because if you go too fast, it starts to break stuff. As a simple example, I like to play the video game Destiny 2. In Destiny, your movement speed, you can go pretty quick, but for the most part, your movement speed is relatively straightforward. It's pretty capped. You can increase your movement and sprint speeds. There's some minor ways to do it, like a speed booster effect, but for the most part, they keep it pretty in check. And there's two reasons. One, in the PvP, if people move too fast, dude, it's really hard to keep track of people when they're basically teleporting all over your screen in a first-person shooter. So that just kind of is a bad situation a lot of people run into. And then problem two, you can break stuff. There are ways in the game to get extra levels of movement. There's a sword effect called Eager Edge, which makes it when you pull out the sword, it makes you go faster. And you can basically glitch it out so you don't lose the increased movement speed. to allow you to travel 20 times faster than you can while walking. And as a result, there's a lot of weird glitchy stuff you can do. Traveling to places you shouldn't be able to, skipping whole huge swaths of content, doing all sorts of things. If you've ever done like a random dungeon with some guy who's doing eager edge movement tech, it's like playing DDO all of a sudden. You can't even keep up with what's happening, and it can be very, very boring. It's cool. It's really cool, which is why they haven't deleted it. But stuff like that is very destructive, or can be very destructive to a general game experience. So it's one of the reasons why, like, again, a lot of video games like to keep the speed in check. Because if you don't keep the speed in check, people are going to be like, oh, I'm happy with the amount of speed that I have. You're always going to be looking for the next way to improve and the next way to get faster. I don't know how you solve that problem, but that is just, you know, that is a problem that exists. Yeah, let's just bring back the infinite tumbling. I need more wrist pain. My RSI is not fast enough. Repetitive strain injury, bring it back. Other anniversary quests you see are a must-have. The only one I can recommend to you is the Milicia's Crown at level 4 is a level 4 freedom of movement item that you can have on your account forever.
No, he never gave me anything like that. The only thing that's
having quest XP scale with higher Reaper skulls, I actually totally disagree with this, because getting more quest XP for doing higher Reaper mode means that people are going to be pushing higher Reaper modes, which then pushes out players who want to just generally play the game. It's going to make the grouping experience even worse.
The bartender points at the promissory note on the wall.
This might sound kind of weird, but DDO is not designed to be a hard game, and so tying progression experience to increasing the difficulty way beyond what it was normally designed to accommodate runs into the problem of forcing everybody into that funnel. Like, if you make the solution that you get more base quest XP the higher your Reaper mode is, people are just going to find the next happy medium. So instead of doing Reaper 1, okay, well now Reaper 4 is the one, or Reaper 5 is the one, or Reaper 6 is the one. And then people are just going to be running that. So now, instead of saying, you know, hey, people are doing Reaper 1, and maybe if you're somebody who's not quite ready for that, at least in a group, you can kind of handle it. If you go to Reaper 4, 5, 6, relentless, you might just explode and do nothing. And if that becomes the norm, it's just even worse. And you might be like, yeah, but those people are already exploding on Reaper 1 and doing nothing anyway. Yeah, and now we make it worse.
Its halls, adventurers stand around the campfire. A dwarven merchant.
Towards party members, people at the front aren't faster, people who fall behind can catch up. Oh, so it's like Mario Kart?
Collapsed and clogged beyond repair.
People are booted from groups for not having the meta builds, and that's the other problem too. Yeah, I'm going to have a fast leveling group. I'm going to kick people out for not being able to contribute properly. I think people have to understand is that the majority of people that play DDO are in the casual camp, and so you need to give the casual rewards to the casuals, which is raw experience, and you need to find rewards that are more commensurate to the experience that people, the things that people want for the end game crowd. If that makes sense. Like, experience is something that everybody wants, including the casuals, so the casuals shouldn't be locked out of experience. Make Reaper mode give rewards that are wanted by Reaper mode players. That's what I think should be happening. And yes, of course there's an overlap in terms of experience. Obviously experience is an overlap that both types of players would want, but still. I don't have the strength. What the fuck? My Deep Gnome is not strong enough to break this? Ugh. Anyway, that's my personal take. Live. Have life. This would be the one that people find fun. Yeah, if possible.
Dark shadows whispered of the water elemental.
If possible, yeah.
Must have done something insidious to it.
The main issue is that making the optimal way to play for many people, also the fun way to play, is complicated because, as a gamer myself, I am very familiar with optimizing the fun out of gameplay. I do enjoy doing that to an extent, where you're having fun doing an activity, and then you're like, what if I made it no fun to do this activity? You know, what if I just didn't enjoy this at all, you know?
as the Overseer collapses. The Overseer and Elemental must have been
Yeah,
magically
it's a tough one.
connected to a gate
That being said,
somewhere.
there are solutions to these problems. I don't want anyone to think right now that I'm like, yeah, there's no way to solve it. I think there are ways to solve this problem. You just need, like, you know,
The castle
you need to
throne
think about the
lies
future and
beneath
future-proof some
the
stuff.
wizard waves at you dismissively. So, you made it past the others.
It's not an easy answer, but yeah. I just don't like the idea of gatekeeping experience points, because experience points are how everybody engages with the game, and a lot of games that have higher modes don't lock things behind experience point progression. So I'll just give you another simple example. Like, the benefit in most games for doing the higher difficulty content is that you get higher level gear or special items, special consumables, special cosmetics, as opposed to gaining just more experience points while you play. In a Reaper mode, I'm too casual of a DDO player, and that's totally okay. Again, when I say the term casual, I'm not implying people that are bad or not interested in the game. It's just people that have a desire to play the game without playing on the hardest difficulty, and that's fair. Again, I'm also not trying to downplay anybody who is like, yeah, but I personally find Reaper mode to be very, very easy, and that is completely fair. But like, you know, if I said Elite and Reaper give the same amount of experience points, as they raise Elite up to the amount of XP you get from Reaper, how many people would drop down to Elite difficulty? And the answer is a lot of them. You really don't get that much XP or Reaper XP from doing R1. Most of the Reaper XP you're going to be getting is from doing Reaper mode at the end game. It takes a lot of past lives. This character is at 90 Reaper points, and I want to say that almost half of my Reaper XP has come from just doing like end game. You hit level whatever, level 32 or 34 or 36, you do R10s, you get yourself 250,000 to 500,000 Reaper XP, and you reincarnate. Thief of Joy. Casuals play with casuals, Ubers play with Ubers. I'll run with everyone and I'm not soloing. Well, it's not even so much that comparison as the Thief of... Like, I agree with what you're saying here in this example, but it's more so like... I just think that in terms of the carrot on the end of the stick, I think that tying experience as the carrot for doing the harder difficulty is just really counterintuitive. Because it's faster than R1? Yeah, exactly. Like, if you're somebody who does Reaper, right? If you're somebody who engages in Reaper 10s, you do Reaper raids and things like that, you just want to re-level your character to try a new build, to like switch to something else, because your guild needs you to do, you know, there's a new shuriken thing, or there's a new debuffer that you want to try out and level. And that just involves the tedious task of re-leveling. And you're going to do that on R1, because doing every quest in Heroics all the way through is like, from like 1 to 20 is like maybe 20,000 Reaper XP, which is 2 quests when you actually hit cap and rejoin your guild. You know what I mean? I love that I'm slowed and hamstrung. I love that. Bonus? Yeah, sure. I mean, that's a great idea. I love that. Because there's no point in doing more? Well, yeah, but I'm just saying... I'm not saying that people shouldn't do higher Reaper mode ever. It's that the rewards for doing higher Reaper mode, I think, shouldn't be in base XP. I think it's possible that they can appease both groups at the same time. Every game is going to be the same, so play in the game that's enjoyable to you and try not to compare it to other games. Again, I think that it's fair for people to want more out of the systems. In fact, I think it's a good thing that people want more out of the systems. Like, wanting more and saying, like, you know, I like, you know, I'll give you a great example. I like Reaper mode. I think Reaper mode's pretty fun, and it can be quite engaging. But it is more fun when you're able to, like, play with other people and kind of give you that traditional experience, which is one of the reasons why I like doing, like, higher Reaper modes generally when it comes to leveling. But that's not always going to be the case for everybody. Not everybody's going to like that. Like, one of the things, if they ever did that and they made it so that Elite and R1 gave the same amount of XP, so that way people don't feel like they have to play on Reaper 1 anymore, a lot of people that don't want to do Reaper mode will just go back to doing Elite, and then that means I can just load the quest up on R3, R4, R5, and get people who are joining who just genuinely want to play the harder difficulty in my group, as opposed to people joining who are just trying to get XP and they're just trying to sprint through the game. Again, for me personally, I just want the game to be fun, man. That's all. And I have a lot of fun, but it is a difficult thing. The other issue too is we don't directly know what the philosophy is from Sandstone Games about how they feel about these things, because they don't talk publicly about like these types of progressions. We haven't had a shakeup in terms of experience that has been, what's the right way to put this, understandable or communicated to the player base in a little while. I'm surrounded, I think. Oh, jeez. There's so many guys. What the heck? Whee. The last thing we had was like the bravery bonus, which got turned into the delving bonus because there's an adjustment to XP across the entire game. And I was really hoping that something like that would have been more impactful in terms of making a lot of the other difficulties more engaging. That is not what happened, but that's what I was hoping for. They did give us more XP as a result, because they fixed the conquest bonus and stuff. It's not fixed everywhere, there's still some quests that don't work, but at least now the bonuses properly function, which is good.
Enough to make a man into a king. A king.
Need Mesh Reaper's current bonus. Oh yeah, I would not want to bring the XP down. Listen, guys, I like nerfing stuff. I love it when video games do good nerfs, when they like, this thing is overperforming, you bring it down so your eyes get open to the possibilities of what else can I try to try to get that feeling, and you got to go back to the lab to cook the new thing that you're going to be like, okay, this is going to be the new thing that's going to give me the same amount of XP or damage or whatever that I was doing before. But just raw reducing the XP? No, I'm not about that. I'm not about that life. I would not want Reapers to be brought down to Elite. I would like Reaper or Elite to give this amount of XP as Reapers, and it gets brought up. And then, and only then, they can adjust the reward ratio of what Reaper actually gives you. Whether it gives you more Reaper XP, whether it gives you more loot drop rates, whether it gives you something else. Make Reaper be its own enticing thing. I just feel like we have so many levers in terms of being able to reward people. Putting all of that into the XP bucket of like XP is the way you reward stuff just feels... I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Wayloon Prison. Yo, Fairy, you see that new Shaman card? Here, if you didn't, I'll show you the new Shaman card. You didn't? Yeah, it's okay. Here you go. Check out this new Shaman card. I just saw it on the computer. We got more chalk. 10 mana, 10/10. Battle card, draw a card, reduces cost by 10. Repeat this with excess cost reductions. So if you draw like 5 2-cost cards, they're all 0. Because it would just draw 2 costs, reduce it to 0, then draw again, reduce it to 0, draw again, reduce it to 0. This card is either going to be the best card for Shaman in the next 2 years, or the worst card for Shaman in the next 2 years, because it costs 10 mana. Dude, I love 10 mana cards. It's either literally the best card, or it's literally the worst card and it's unplayable, because it's 10 mana. It reminds me of a Gamagan for Warlock, which is a Warlock card that, it's a 10 mana 8/8 that says, it's like the next card you play this turn costs your opponent's health instead of mana. And so the idea is, oh man, I play the 10 mana 8/8, and then the next card I play, not only does it cost 0, my opponent has to pay their health as the mana cost instead. That's sick. Dude, what an incredible statistic right there. So you think that's really good. But then you realize that you spend 10 mana, so you have no mana left, to get an 8/8 plus another card you were already going to play, and you probably didn't need that 8/8 if you're on turn 10. So the end result is you played your 10 mana card, you hope you're playing another 10 mana card, but you need a good one, and then you just do nothing and lose the game. and that was like an existing card for Warlock. It got better because there's a combo that you can do with it now. But yeah, it took a little bit. So again, it could be really good. It also could be totally worthless. Reaper past lives? Oh god, no. But only for weekends, so when people that only play for the weekend have some time, they can make progress on past lives. I mean, the delving bonus is in the game. They didn't take it out. You just get a delving bonus right now.
Further massacres at the other camps.
Yeah, like I said, I agree. It's like, wow, that card is crazy, but it's actually, is that card crazy? That's why I love 10 mana cards. They're either really crazy or they do absolutely nothing. And I have a feeling that's going to be, I just have the sneaky suspicion that it's much more on the does absolutely nothing than the is really crazy camp. Honestly, they can nerf XP. There's so much content in the game. It skips so many quests usually left. Another strong incentive to run more quests. I mean, the incentive is that you get a lot of favor. You might have hunted monsters until 6 a.m. Oh my god, this guy's a monster hunter, dude. What the hell? I did not do that. Last night, I went to bed, and as I climbed into bed, I noticed that something was wrong because the blanket was wet, and the rest of the bed was wet, and I was very confused. And it's because there was like a glass of water that was on a side table next to on like my side of the bed, and at some point during the night, my girlfriend appeared to have like knocked it over. So it's like late o'clock, and again, I don't know how. She must have like flipped the blanket and it like pulled the cup down or something. And so my side of the bed was just literally soaked with water. And it's the middle of the night and I can't really do anything about it. God, I love druids. I don't even have anything to do. So I ended up doing what I could to get rid of some of the water. And then this morning I like got up and I changed the sheets and I did whatever. And then I ended up sleeping in the other room. So I did not get the best sleep, unfortunately. Yo, what's up, patient? How you doing? How's your day going? But yeah, again, I've mentioned this before. There actually is a pretty good incentive to run quests as well, which you guys might not be aware about. A good incentive to run more quests is that if you don't have a +8 tome, 7,500 favor gives you a +8 tome. So if you want to get like a +8 for your character, you can just do a big favor run. It gets easier every time. Reaper, 34 with higher, lower than should be. It's 6 levels for epics, if I recall correctly.
The criminals force the gates open and pour into the camp.
No, not the criminals. Not the criminals. Yeah, it's 4 in heroics and 6 in epics. I feel like it's always been that way. It's been that way for a very, very long time. So I don't know if they would have changed it, if they would have changed that. But it has been that for a very long time. Freeze, everybody. Yeah, 7,500 favor is a lot. Been away from the game for a while. Well, Browsing Monkey, do I have information for you? Do you like playing the computer game? Guess what? You can play the new Arcane Trickster Rogue Archetype for free right now by logging into Dungeons and Dragons Online. Fucking roll a 2, son of a bitch. By wait, I fail on a 7? Oh, that's not good. Anyway, by playing going into Dungeons and Dragons Online and logging in and going into the new anniversary zone, at which point that's right, you can get this character for free. That's right. Do you want to play an Arcane Trickster? It's free right now. If you don't log in and claim it before before March 31st in the anniversary zone for free, then you don't get to have it for free, and you got to pay $10. I'm not your dad. If you want to pay $10 for something you could have gotten for free by logging in, you know what? Then fine. Pay $10. Who am I to judge? But if I was your dad, I'd be very disappointed about your irresponsible spending of your money because you decided not to simply just go for the deal that you had right before your eyes.
Footsteps echo from
Take
down
the
the
deal,
hall.
son
More
or daughter.
join Athea.
You did the anniversary last night. Nice, that's good. Is activation account wide? Yeah, you just click the eyeball one time, and then it's permanently added to your account forever, eternally.
The head of the criminals crumples to the ground. My family wiped out by you bumpkins.
7,500
She gasps.
Vapor Fairy. Zero is missing from that
Routed the
comment.
criminals and ended their scheme to destroy the Wayloon natives.
It's still doable. There's like
The leader of
8,700 favor or something in the game right now
motions
because
you over.
every time an expansion comes out, it adds like 200 and something favor.
You are
So
welcome
it's gotten a lot
to
easier,
use
but yeah,
Harvest
it's pretty
Hall as a
crazy.
place to rest and recover from now on.
Lesson in deception. $10 seems between SSG shutting down versus hitting the threshold of 100 million of estimate by BlackRock. You know, honestly, we'll never know. SSG is not publicly traded, so I doubt that there would be a huge investment from a company like BlackRock. Also, SSG is not in the property game. I guess maybe, you know, SSG adds housing to DDO, and then BlackRock invests and buys everything. And destroys
Your allies
everything.
meet you just inside the entrance to the crumbling warehouse. With
But I
their
don't know.
help, you may be able to
Welcome.
learn who's been
We're
recruiting
on
gangs
lesson
inside
in
the
deception.
Their leader signals that he needs to speak with you.
Thrill of the hunt. Army of Shadow. Lesson in deception. No, we didn't talk to the guy. I didn't talk to him.
A section of the building. Then a mysterious voice calls
Everything
out,
you say, the game makes no sense. I love it. Asked him step by step of the community. Worked fine. Yep. It's one of those things where like just don't ask. You know, just go. Man, this is cool. And then you get to enjoy it.
This isn't over.
You have to deal with Daybreak, and they don't play well with others. Yeah.
Don't delay.
Yeah, so Daybreak is the publishing company for Standing Stone Games. Standing Stone Games is the video game company that makes Dungeons and Dragons Online and Lord of the Rings Online. Daybreak also publishes other games like Magic Online, or Magic the Gathering Online, as well as EverQuest 1, EverQuest 2, a mech game of some kind? Mech Warrior, Mech Assault, I don't know.
They're killing me! Yet if you stop to help, it may endanger an ally.
And a couple other games. Planet Side 2,
Regards to the lizard folk.
EC Universe Online. Is that all of them?
Smelling drainage tunnels.
I think I'm there. I'm trying to figure this out. Yeah, I said EverQuest. I still haven't played EverQuest 2 yet. I gotta try it. Because people hate EverQuest 2. Sorry, a lot of EverQuest 1 players really hate EverQuest 2, which makes me think that it's either really bad or just different enough that the people that wanted EverQuest 1 didn't like EverQuest 2. It reminds me of a very similar situation with Asheron's Call 2. Asheron's Call 2 was a really undercooked product. It came out being pretty unfinished, and that was pretty much its downfall. But also, it was really different from the first Asheron's Call game, and so it didn't really appeal to the majority of Asheron's Call 1 players. It was more WoW adjacent, which, given the fact that it came out before WoW, was actually kind of crazy. But it's funny, as somebody who's played a ton of Asheron's Call and has an Asheron's Call tattoo on his arm, I actually prefer Asheron's Call 2 to Asheron's Call 1.
The prisoners, the magistrates, they're all our puppets.
And the voice continues as you climb onto the roof.
You're almost there. Shut. So you can play your part in her plan.
And we hooked? Oh yeah. Good game.
The mysterious voice is much closer now.
You've passed the test with flying colors. Well done.
How did you know if a cosmetic version of Asheron's 1 gave a cosmetic WoD shape? Not gonna lie, doing it was looking pressing. It does do that, yeah. If you have the cosmetic and then you put it on, so if you you mirror it, you put it on and then you go into animal form, it will do that, for the record.
Swarm up, ready for battle. Knock the ladders down to help even the odds.
Stanwyck, come back, Stanwyck.
Now that the priest is dead, you should rescue any of your allies that still live.
Alright. Thrill of the
Completed
hunt.
by all of your allies, alive and well. Now,
Oh,
to
for those
help
that didn't
yourself to
hear,
the mad
this is only going to
priest's
apply to
hoard
some
of
of you.
treasure.
The Pokemon Company announced that Generation 10, the new Pokemon games, will be releasing in 2027. They are titled Pokemon Wind and Waves, and they will be exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2. So they will not be releasing on Nintendo Switch 1. So if you do want to play the new Pokemon game, you will have to buy a Nintendo Switch 2. That's right. It's happening. Which makes sense. I was wondering if they were going to have it released on Nintendo Switch 1 because like go with the old, like the older gen. How am I bad at this? I didn't press spacebar. I'm bad. I'm molding. I'm balding. I'm awful. This is really easy. It's a really easy task. I just didn't press spacebar. Oh my god. Oh my god, I did it again. Okay, I'm blaming the headache. I'm blaming the migraine. The migraine is causing me to not press the spacebar. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's the headache. It's just the migraine. That's all. It's affecting my brain nerve conduction in my arms, okay? Shit.
Fresh corpses line the walls, all of them Wayloon prisoners.
Anyways, I was wondering if they were actually going to put it on Switch 1, but it looks like it is a Switch 2 exclusive.
He's become unpredictable even for a
Refurbished Yield Poke Save app for the Switch soon? What's Poke Save?
Endanger our mission. Your kind will
Yo, what's up, Sweet Potato? How are you?
Responds the Shadar Kai.
The Shadow Curse.
Oh, it's mirror it. It's in the menu cosmetic? Yeah, you can do that, yeah.
He does this.
Yeah, they have that. It's called Pokemon Home.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, it's Pokemon Home. They turned that into Pokemon Home, which is now an app that you can get on your phone and also connects to all your video games. And so I use that because I was playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and I wanted to have an Alolan Ninetales on my team, but it's really hard to get Alolan Ninetales in Scarlet and Violet unless you actually have Pokemon Sun and Moon, and then you transfer the Pokemon forward. But in Pokemon Go, I have literally a gazillion of them, so I just transferred the Pokemon from Pokemon Go into my video game, and then I played around with it. This build looks spicy? It shouldn't. I'm doing literally nothing. I have a druid in my party that's going to kill everybody.
Down below,
are you going to get the Fire Red Leaf Green Switch remakes? No. They're not remakes. They're just selling you the same game. It's the same game. Number one, I have the cartridge, and number two, if I wanted to replay those games, there might be an easier way where I can use a fully legal method of legally dumping my cartridge from my legally obtained cartridge that I have onto my legally obtained computer and then playing a legally obtained emulator. So, which then I can mod if I want. So yeah. You're gonna grab a word, just leave the token alone for now. Yeah, what you do is just log into another character. So take any other character you want. Galhos, just log into any character that's not, you know, you can even make a new guy, get your token, turn it into the helmet thing, and then make a cosmetic out of it, and then put that cosmetic in your shared storage. That's what you do. Legally owning their shit? Well, they have to, because that's the law. But no, I'm not going to spend $25 to buy a unchanged Game Boy Advance game that I can play on a Nintendo Switch when I can use an emulator that gives me turbo. I can play it on my phone, dude. Because something I've actually enjoyed doing has been playing Pokemon randomizers on my phone. So when I have to like get on the bus or do something, I can just whip it out. So for example, I've got I have a Pokemon randomizer of Heart Gold and Soul Silver on my phone that I just, again, like I play when I'm on the bus or going somewhere, or do like you know, I got 10 minutes to spare, and it's pretty fun. I randomized all the Pokemon. I made so all the trainers have more Pokemon. And they're also higher levels, so they're harder. All gym leaders have a full team of 6, and they all have items on their Pokemon, which makes them more dangerous. And then I also randomized the move types. So,
You wore my
Like every Pokemon move has a different type, and I did that because it makes some weird combinations, like water moves that can burn or steel moves that can paralyze, as an example. But then also it has the fun consequence of making it so that some Pokemon are a lot better, because a lot of Pokemons are held back by their move pool, where like you'll have a Pokemon with great stats but bad moves that don't really work for it. Think about all of the flying type Pokemon that have good special attack, but there's no good flying special attack moves. But now it'll be like, oh, you can get like flying bubble beam, and it's like, well, that's actually not a terrible move. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible, and then you can use it. And then a bunch of these Pokemon have just different utility, which is kind of cool. I got a weird, wacky, broken old item. Whoa, whoa, look at this. Entropic, Stunning, Bewildering. It deals wisdom damage. Stunning and Entropic. That's kind of wacky. The bus and just whip it out? Yep, that's what I said.
Mist envelops you, and vertigo, the world around you has changed. It's become a shadow of Waylu.
Oh god.
Where the streets are hollow.
Created a Nuzlocke rules for D2R? That sounds horrible. Oh god. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do that, like one item per area. Arcane Trickster has been a lot of fun. My gameplay today is not going to be insane because I have a migraine coming on, and so it's affecting my ability to focus. The light is really fucking me up. So my gameplay is not great now, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. One of my favorite parts is that because your spell-like abilities scale off of Disable Device, it means that abilities like Flash Freeze are at 116 DC, even though I'm only level 28, because skills are way easier to get than DCs, which means I've got like good crowd control in terms of Flash Freeze. My Mage Hand abilities like Slap and Presto are also quite good as a result. So some pretty neat stuff that I can do here. I like it. Plus, Magic Missile spamming is just very satisfying and fun. Nuzlocke rules for Diablo 2 7 years ago. That's a really old post, dude. I don't think that's for D2R. I think it's for Diablo 2. When mercenaries die, they stay dead. Get a new one. Oh man, could you imagine?
You might learn how to reach the general by questioning the recruiter.
The problem with all of this, where it's like, oh yeah, when they die, they stay dead, blah blah blah. Bro, what about souls though? You enter Nightmare Act 3, and oh, there's lost souls, and you instantly lose your merc. Oh my god. Ignore that skill tree. It does not exist. All characters. No skill tree?
Leaps from the bed, furious at being
What? Oh my god, this is the worst rule set I've ever seen in my entire life.
the defiant guardian.
Okay, I can't get behind this rule set. It seems horrible.
Now have the key to the Shade's tower.
Yeah, so the way that Arcane Trickster works is they have regular spells. Your regular spells are just wizard spells. So for example, if I cast the spell like Force Pistol, this is just a regular spell. So it's going to use like regular DCs if this had a save on it. I don't think I have anything with a save. Go, trap guys. The army of trappers. One benefit of Arcane Trickster being the new thing is there's so many trap characters everywhere. So if you've struggled with people properly doing traps in your quest, guess what? Don't worry about that. People are going to be trapping everywhere.
As the gate to the Shade's tower.
But yeah, anyway, your actual spells are spells. So they scale off of like, if let's say I take Phantasmal Killer. Phantasmal Killer is an illusion spell, it uses illusion stats. But anything that comes out of the tree, those are called stolen spells. So I steal them from other classes, and then I could use Disable Device. So my Flash Freeze uses Disable Device, my Soundburst uses Disable Device. Soundburst is broken until a patch. It is broken. It is not properly working. But that is a thing you can do. And it makes your crowd control really, really powerful. It gives you a lot of flexibility. The downside is you're limited based on your cooldowns. So if you're like, oh, well, isn't that insane? I can just Flash Freeze like every 2 seconds. No, you can Flash Freeze every 30 seconds. So your spells are more potent, but they have like pretty big restrictions on them. But honestly, it's quite fun. It's very enjoyable. The Magic Missile spam dream is cool. If you're wondering about my multi-class, the reason why I'm multi-classing the way that I am is because I wanted to have a character that just spammed magic missiles and didn't do anything else. So I multi-classed with Wizard and Favorite Soul in a way to emulate the classic Gold Sharati build, which was basically a build that spammed magic missile with Shade Arcane, or not sure guy, Sharati Champion, back in the day, in the prehistoric era when we all used to live in the cave. That's what we used to do. And so I thought, why don't we do a little bit of a return to cave build by going back into the cave and seeing what we can do with Arcane Trickster. It's bad because the DC isn't calculating properly. So visually it'll display as the proper number, but it doesn't actually stun anything because in game, for some reason, it's not working.
Strategy with a mere foot soldier. So why don't we skip to the part you do understand?
But yeah, so for the record, that is a good reason for somebody to buy the Fire Red or whatever from Pokemon. As Volmic is saying, you have a kid and you want to get them to enjoy playing the Pokemon game. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green are awesome. So if you want to get your kid into it, great idea. It's easier to understand, it's a simpler game, so it's easier for kids. It's what you grow up with, so hopefully if they ask you a question of like, how do I get through Dark Tunnel, you can answer them by either going, child, you must go to get Flash near Pewter City by traveling through Diglett Cave. Or you look at them and you say, no, child, you must do as I did. Discover the way through the tunnel in the darkness. And beware of the hiker with two geodudes and a grappler.
Envelops you, and vertigo clutches your stomach. What is happening?
Actually, I don't think that character has that in Fire Red and Leaf Green. I think they moved that hiker. I always got scared of, in that cavern, there's a lady that has like the Oddish and the Ivysaur, and it's like the first time you encounter a starter Pokemon outside of like your rival. That Ivysaur messes me up every time. They can trade. Yeah, well, they said that it's not out yet. Trading is not going to be in the game at launch, I think. Just a funny idea. Or actually, I don't think there is trading at all. I don't think there is any trading. It's just transfer to your like Nintendo Online thing, your Pokemon Home. You want to see my enhancements and Destinies? All right, here we go. Boom and boom. Gotcha. I'm just kidding. I was just being funny.
It's become a shadow of Wayloon, where the streets are hollow.
If you want to take a screenshot, now you can. Although, if you want something that's even better, a screenshot. Here's something better than a screenshot. Bazinga. It's a paste bin build. It's not like the full complete build because I'm still working on like getting everything correct and done. But it is at least up to date with what I currently have. Except the one exception is I took enlarge instead of extend. Can I go through here? Oh, I can. You just run all the way in. My god. Can you die? Thanks. Oh my god. There's a Fear Reaper somewhere and it's fearing me? Is it in here? Wait, the Fear Reaper's in the door and I can't open the door because the Fear Reaper's hitting me? What a nightmare. Well, at least I can do this, which gets rid of the fear. I can go in here and teleport in. No, and they managed to get the door open. What a terrible turn of events. Are there any release notes? There was no patch today. Oh, somebody asked, they were like, what's patch? What was changed about Arcane Trickster? There was supposed to be a patch today that was meant to address two major problems in the game. One of which is level 36 items bricking your bank. And another problem is that a lot of the public areas are giga laggy right now because of the amount of people logging in for the anniversary. So they want to address both of those things. However, they have not done that because apparently there's an issue with the patch. There was no patch today. The reason why I wrote post-patch is because, one, it would technically be true if there was a patch of like, yeah, it's post-patch, which then causes people to go, oh my god, did they nerf it? And then they have to tune in the live stream, and that's called engagement bait. I'm just baiting people to log in and to check out the stream.
This door has been blocked off. The door, a shade.
So congratulations, you got engagement baited. Destroyed.
She seems to have been expecting you.
Destroyed, dude. Absolutely catastrophically owned. You'll never financially recover.
You've stumbled across a group of trained howlers, obediently following the orders of their Shadar Kai master.
You know, I'm not convinced that Spirit Blades does anything good.
deliver
But it's
the
neat, though.
final blow, Oralace deliberately falls on her dagger.
Built the patch 100 times. Yeah, but that's good. That's more comments. That's more comments. That's more engagement. That's the whole point of engagement bait.
Trainer is dead, ending his
You just want people to engage.
howlers into war weapons for the
Then people engage. They write messages. I get like, you know, the algorithm goes like, oh my god, people really they want to see what's going on here. Gotta play the game, man. Gotta play the game. I mostly just thought it would be funny, and I couldn't think of a different title. I probably could think of a different title because of my stupid ass migraine, but whatever. What are you gonna do? I'm actually not looking at the screen right now because it's like too bright. So I'm currently like looking at the bottom of my monitor because it's easier. So you can even I don't know if you can see it in my eyes. I'm not looking at the screen.
Place the light orbs
It's like a little
on their
it's like a little too much.
to grant now that you have all of the
Shadow orbs.
glowing eyes, darts in the
Cluster of
darkness,
glowing eyes.
betraying a shadow beholder's
Yeah,
hiding
this is a good way to tell. 67,000. I guess that did 9,000. Regular magic missile did 7.
The shadow beholder bellows and
Unlucky.
agony as he dissipates
Yeah,
back.
man.
A barrier of magical shadows blocks
Turning down my
his
monitor
doorway.
brightness. It's
There has
already
to be
pretty
another
dark.
way around it.
The bigger issue is that the sun is shining outside, and I'm stuck here. But yeah.
You take a quick glimpse into your mirror. A bridge of these
It also gives me a way to explain to people that there is no patch today due to the problems that come up, because a lot of people probably saw that there was downtime and want to know what's happening with the patch, and so it allows me to like give the 4-in-1 on like, here's what they wanted to patch, here's what they didn't patch, and I don't know when we're going to be getting it. What race for Trickster is the question? Whichever one you want. Trickster's really good.
well played. The Shade applauds. You've certainly done a better
So,
job of damaging my operation.
because some
than
people
this
may not be
fool
aware
of
of this right now.
I shall force him to
But,
watch as I destroy
Oh, is he going to teleport right away? Tiverus laughs as he goes into his shadow. Hopefully they will be able to fix it, but one of the current issues... Oh, he's dead already. That was fast. One of the current issues in the game is just... Dude, the XP is so crazy right now. Oh, man. Turns out getting a free 30% XP all the time means you just level up and do whatever you want. Storm Horns. Yeah, the two things in the patch that they need to focus on. One is the fact that not adventure zones, but like town areas are laggier than usual, because there's just a lot of people logging in for the anniversary, and so they're trying to address that, specifically the anniversary zone. If you've been to the anniversary area, you know what I'm talking about. It is a busy place. They want to adjust that because the performance has been kind of bad. But then also, there's currently a bug. If you buy any of the level 36 gear from the current anniversary event, it is above the current level cap, which means you can't put it on. But that's fine. The idea is you buy it now, and then when the level cap increases, you already have this like cool anniversary gear you can put on for your character. Again, this is not a problem. This is a cool feature, and I think it's a good thing that they decided to do something like this, because it gives you a reason to like be excited for more things coming in the future. However, the level 36 items don't properly go in the bank. The bank can't see anything above level 34. So as a result, if you go into your bank and you put it in the shared storage, the item just disappears. It's in there, but you can't actually remove it anymore, unfortunately. You can't see it. It's not indexed by the actual search, which is fine, because whatever, you don't need it now. The bigger problem is that you can't actually take it out of your any bank whatsoever. If you put it in your character bank and you reincarnate, or you have it in your backpack and you reincarnate, it goes into your reincarnation cache. You can now no longer remove it from your reincarnation cache. This is problematic because, as I'm sure you might know, removing things from your reincarnation cache is a very important part of reincarnating. So you need to make sure you can remove things from the reincarnation cache. So, since you can't do all of those things, this means you can't reincarnate if you have one of those in there, which you might not be aware of. The reason why this is a bigger problem, because you might think to yourself, okay, but who's going to be reincarnating? Who's going to be doing like a reincarnation on like Wednesday and then be reincarnating Thursday or Friday? Like, who's going to do that? Well, there's a current 30% boost across the entire game. So if you run a 50% pot, you're currently getting 80% more XP right now, which is almost double, meaning you can level really fast. But then the other thing, Autos boxes are for sale. And Autos boxes, not only do they give you a lot of XP, the amount of XP that you get from the Autos box is currently scaled from the event, because if you're a VIP, you get an extra 10% from the Autos box right now, which is really massive because it's 2 million, so it's an extra 200,000 experience, or the amount of the entire anniversary gift. But to go even further beyond, there's the secondary issue of Autos boxes give reincarnation resets, which means you can only reincarnate once every 3 days, but with the Autos box you can reincarnate whenever you want, because you can just like hit the reset and do it again. So which means if you are enterprising enough, you can currently get 3.6 million XP from your Autos box, which then means you can reincarnate every you only need 200,000 XP, so you can just start at level 1, rip an Autos box, and then get 200k XP, and then reincarnate, start at level 1, rip an Autos box, get 200,000 XP, and reincarnate. It's really, really fast with all the XP bonuses, because 200,000 XP, that's like, not even the cogs. You like run Sharn cogs and you're done, right? So, it's maybe 2 hours per reincarnation if you really wanted to do that. The problem is, if you decided to buy Autos boxes and you had one of those things because you did one of the anniversary events and you have a level 36 item in your reincarnation cache, you can't reincarnate, which means you would buy the boxes. And normally this, you might be like, okay, whatever, sure. Can't they just fix it and you can use those boxes later, you have them? No, because the XP bonus is only for the weekend. So if you bought the XP bonuses specifically for this and your character gets locked out, you might be losing out on 200,000 XP per box, which is a lot of XP to be losing out on.
The wizard teleports with Orifar.
So when you basically have this problem where people are spending the most money on Autos boxes, if they engage with the anniversary event and decided to buy one of the cool new items, might have their characters be entirely bricked and locked out of using the Autos box, but they can't reincarnate or do the thing they wanted to do. And there's a ticking clock on how long the XP is going to last, which is why somebody might have been motivated to do it. You can see the problem. Ah! So that is a fix that they are trying to get in, and they did not have a fix for, allegedly. So hopefully they will do something. I don't know if they'll patch on the weekend, but given the fact that this is a temporary bonus, they probably should. No anti-orc propaganda? Nah, orcs are fine. I don't play half-orcs that often. Do you need to pick up the extra event XP like the discovery boost? No, you just have it. So right now, you'll see all XP is scaled by 20% here. And then if you're a VIP, you get an extra 10% on top of that is not displayed in the chart here, but it multiplies. Yeah, if they can't fix it, they should extend the XP bonus. Because I didn't buy any Autos boxes, and you didn't buy any Autos boxes, but for the people that did, like, they should have a way to have some more time to work on that. Because here's the thing. This might sound controversial. I don't know. I bought an Autos box here and there, but I don't have any plans on buying like 10 or 20 or 30. Some people do that. I don't. But there are people that buy like 10 or 20 or 30 Autos boxes to do something. Because this is like the best time to do it. What if it didn't? Would someone think of the whales? You should. Yeah, exactly. I just think it's a simple thing of like, you know. Well, that too, also, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to spend money playing a video game, especially if you like that video game. So if you're somebody who just wanted to spend money because you wanted to buy a thing, maybe it's like your birthday, you got a big bonus, tax return, something like that. And you're like, you know what? I want 10 past lives. You're just gonna do it and spend the money on it. The consequence should be you in the shower at 4 in the morning, questioning why you just bought 10 Autos boxes and questioning where your life is going, and not the game not functioning, so the Autos boxes are going to lose a bunch of their value in the short term because of a bug. Which means the Remnant drop rate in the anniversary quest really high. It's really high across the whole game. Remnant drop rate is doubled right now because of Sterling's Remnant Rush. So they want to advertise it, so the drop rates are just straight up doubled. Double. 100. Has 0 AoE. Yeah, it's not the build in the beginner basics is not an AoE character, except for the Soundburst spell, which you can cast as an AoE. Because Soundburst actually does a surprising amount of damage, and it will just help you clear stuff. I do what I want. That's what I said. I'm not judging anybody that does that. Happy Friday, Rachel, for the whole month. I don't know how long the bonus lasts. I think it's till Tuesday. I think it's just till Tuesday. Wait, did something happen with boxes? Yes. As a result of a change to the game, Autos boxes are being removed from all characters on your account, Quintoxic. Just you, only you, and that XP is being redistributed to everybody else as a way of like a XP redistribution to help make the game more fair. So I'm sorry that you're hearing about this now, but give up the XP and nobody gets hurt.
With a gesture, she draws on orbs in the corner of the glade, shielding herself with the magic orbs destroyed.
Yep.
Shy's shield goes taking a breath. Shy deftly casts a spell, restoring both her shield and the orbs.
Dude, Enlarge is so sick. I can just like hit this guy from anywhere.
Taking a breath.
It's like, oh,
Shy deftly casts a
get the
spell,
shield done.
restoring both her shield. And the orbs.
And then we can kill Birundian, but what if I hit the Netherese Orb?
Birundian, come to my aid. The pseudo-dragon falls to the
Yep.
ground, dead. Shy flies you won't get. You
No. You know what? Freeze, everybody. Just say.
and Scar took him.
Really focusing on lightning spells, maybe utility, not much in terms of damage spells. If you want to play a lightning wizard, I would play a lightning sork, because lightning sork is just exactly what you want. It's pure lightning, so you take lightning spells as well as like the other good spells that's like defense. You could do it on a wizard. It's just if you want to go mono element, it's better to do it on a sorcerer. You claim ATR from the eyeball in the anniversary zone. It's near the center. So if you come in, there'll be like Fred and the guys on there right in front of you, and it's on the right. Dragon, let me send my piles of boxes. No. What's the next one called? Oh shit, it's even worser. Storm Horn. Lines of supply. There we go. And Air Sork is very good, by the way. Because the thing is, you can take all the lightning spells, and then you also can take like Shout and Greater Shout for some crowd control. You can take Hold Monster. You can take all of the good crowd control spells. Because remember, sorcerers and wizards use the same spell list. The benefit of a wizard is you get access to all of the elements, so you don't have to go mono element. But the benefit of sorcerer is when you go mono element, you get crazy damage and the ability to ignore immunities. Is there a build guide I can repurpose? I don't have a Lightning Sork build guide, but it's a very straightforward and popular build. You basically just do the same like you do with every other spellcaster, which is like maximize, empower, and quicken metamagic feats, as well as like evocation focus, greater evocation focus, and past life wizard if you got it, and then max out your charisma, and then click on people. How would you compare your single target damage to some of the other casters at your current gear level? The single target damage that this character has, the Arcane Trickster, feels very good. The AoE is garbage though. Oh, Browsing Monkey linked something? Is that from me? Oh shit. I posted something? Well, here, you know what? There you go. Enjoy, none. Apparently I have a build. This is why, if you're ever bored, feel free to troll through the build repository. It's a great place to find good builds, because I don't even remember my own life. And then Nodnard, in the beginner basics document, I don't know if you have access or if you have that bookmarked somewhere, but in the beginner basics build guide things, there's like a big Google Doc that has a beginner build for every class. I have a starter Arcane Trickster in there that can help you out too.
You have a few minutes to prepare before the convoys arrive.
Essentially the strongest character gives access to every spell. I mean, yeah. The problem is Sorcerer is also just better than Wizard and Pen and Paper too. I like Wizard and Pen and Paper, but Sorcerer is just better. As it turns out, getting twice as many spell slots per day is really crazy. Also, you don't need as many different types of spells when spells like Prismatic Wall and other sorts of bullshit exist. What's that? You make a wall of death that if somebody touches it, they can either get ripped to shreds or teleported to another dimension? Oh man, that's cool. What a good feature. You know what's good about Wail of the Banshee? Casting it 8 times a day. That's a really good part about Wail of the Banshee. Don't you warble me. I'm out of range, I'm out of range. Shit ass harpy warblers. You can't warble me. Get warbled.
Persuaded by your argument. They agree to help.
That being said, I like Wizard in pen and paper, and it is very cool, but the main issue is that it's hard. Even though Wizards get lots of spells, inscribing spells into your book is a very lengthy process. Unless your game has a lot of downtime or your DM gives you a lot of scrolls, it's oftentimes not going to be like something that happens. So you're not going to actually have access to that many spells unless you play a slow campaign. And problematically, not a lot of people play slow campaigns anymore. Back in the day, in like the 90s and 80s, 90s, and 2000s, it was pretty common for like you and your buddies to play a slow campaign where you would sit down and crack open some beers and then spend an entire day figuring out what you're gonna do with the loot, where you like killed some ogres in a cave and they have a bunch of treasure and now it's like really heavy. Not like a bunch of treasure, but like they got some like cool swords or something, and you're like, okay, we got to move this back to town. How are we going to maneuver this? And you're trying to think through the logistics of moving something from point A to point B. Whereas like the modern game design sensibility is like, yeah, you have a bag of holding, it just holds all your magic. Don't worry about it. Carrying capacity? It's infinite.
You've cleared the Gnoll snipers from their overlook.
It's not a bad thing, it's just a different thing. Initial Ravenlock campaign that took 5 years? Nice, that sounds fun. My brain hurts. Ugh. Alright, we're good. We're good. Anyways, yeah, I thought I'd just share some of that wisdom. But like I said, the beginner basics already has the Arcane Trickster in it. That build is a good build. It's just a it is a starter build. It's meant to be something you can play at the start, and it will be powerful. It'll get what you want to do done, but it's not going to be like a endgame be all end all. It's meant to be something that anybody can use and kind of get started with. In fact, let me show it to you here when it loads. Eventually. Alright, so sometimes beginner basics. If I go to archetype builds, and then I go to Arcane Trickster, it's already here. So it's a 2-weapon fighter rogue that is able to disable traps while using mage hands and magic spells to disable foes. This is an elf build, but you don't have to. I'm going to be posting a new build as well that will use Harper Agent in case you have it. So that will be an option there. You won't necessarily need to be an elf. Also, now that we know that you can get access to Master's Touch in here, I will also add a different version, which will be like, if you don't want to play as an elf, here's a Master's Touch version that doesn't need to be an elf. But basically, it's a dex build, so you're maxing out your dex as your most important stat. You take all the 2-weapon fighting feats. You use elf to get grace, which lets you use dex with your longswords. So you use short swords until you get grace, and you can use longswords, so it's kind of cool. You're like a dual-wield longsword character. You then use Arcane Trickster, which gives you a bunch of extra sneak attack damage and imbue damage, so you have a lot of extra damage per hit, which means your melee is actually quite good. But one of the three-handed casting, one of the main problems with Arcane Trickster, or Rogue in general, is getting sneak attack while you're solo, and Arcane Trickster solves that with Mage Hand Poke in the Eye and Mage Hand Slap, allowing you to basically stun enemies. Additionally, you also take the core Sound Burst, which is currently broken, and the core Flash Freeze, which does work, which allows you to sneak attack enemies as well. So again, it's pretty cool, and I think a lot of people will have fun with it, but it is not meant to be like a pure caster. It's meant to be kind of like a melee hybrid. I have not tested the melee hybrid yet, although I would like to. So that is on my list of things to try with Arcane Trickster, is the melee hybrid thing. So again, I haven't done it yet, but I would like to. So when I get a chance, I will do Melee Hybrid, and we'll play it, and we'll look at it, and we'll see how it is. So you will get Beginner Basics Arcane Trickster. It's just not going to come out until I really feel like I have a grasp on what is the best for it, and do some refining to that build. Intermittently for 40 years. December 76. Dude, that's awesome. That's so cool. Having something that spans like multiple decades. The longest campaign I was in a part of was, I believe, 4 years. And I ran a campaign that started in 2020. Was it 2020 or 2021? I believe it was 2020. Was it 2020? It was 2020 to 2024, I think.
Kyra Armon
Yeah.
salvaged some of it and placed it in a chest back at her harp.
I love that they try to run away, but they can't because of magic missile. It gets them, it chases them down. So yeah, having a game that runs like that, with like friends, where it grows over time, is really cool. I love D&D, man. It's so sick. I'm so lucky that I have a good group that I get to engage with for playing D&D. I'm gonna be running a one-shot campaign soon. That is actually going to be quite fun. I would tell you about it, but I have fear that some of my players are like lurking in the chat and may in fact hear me talk about it. Because there's some cool stuff that's going to happen in it, but I don't want to spoil it, so I can't take that risk. Think Trickster would make a good knife thrower with his Stanny? Sure. Well, I felt underwhelming. Is it me? No. I describe Blightcaster Druid basically poisons your perception of everything else in the game. Because if you play as a Blightcaster Druid, everything else will feel worse. It's like going to a restaurant and eating like a really, really, really expensive piece of like Kobe steak. And then you have to like go home and make yourself dinner. And it's like, ah, shit. Not the same thing. Late to party. What's today changed in today's patch? Today's patch was delayed. They were supposed to be fixing some big things, but they didn't actually get a chance to patch today. But the two things they're meant to be fixing is specifically the fact that the adventure or the public areas are really laggy right now, and they want to try to fix that and make it so the public areas are less laggy. And also that the level 36 gear that you can get from the anniversary event breaks your bank if you put it in. And if your bank breaks, that causes a huge problem. So you got to be mindful about that. That's what they have to fix. They unfortunately could not do the patch today, so they delayed it. The reason why my title of my live stream is what it is because engagement baiting. So somebody goes, oh my god, did they nerf Arcane Trickster? Which they didn't. And also so I can explain why the patch was delayed so somebody can learn about that. So wait, what? I was talking about my one-shot campaign for pen and paper. When the past two DMs passed away in their 30s, it's like a curse. Oh shit, unlucky. That's pretty wild. In the 30s, oof. Army of Army. Ice Army. I can't remember the name. What's the quest called? Breaking the Ranks, that's it. Breaking the Ranks. Dude, my brain hurts. It's hard to think. All my old players are growing up with kids now and making new friends is hard. But it's not impossible. And honestly, you can get some good friends by playing D&D. Looking around, the only place to get int and damage out of Harper if I want to go into Arcane Trickster next life and not do magic missile spam? Yes. Basically, you have to do Harper Agent. You can also do some goofy multiclassing. If you want to be free to play, you can get int to damage out of Arcane Trickster, and you can get int to hit out of Wizard. In the Eldritch Knight tree, in tier 3, there is intelligence to hit. So by taking 3 Wizard, 17 Rogue, or Arcane Trickster, you can get intelligence to hit and damage at level 9, which sucks. So Harper Agent is going to be the easiest and best way to go about doing such a thing. Did I approve Eldritch Blast? No, there's no way to quicken it. So the startup on Eldritch Blast that you're noticing, None, is pretty much the reason why Warlock isn't very good at the end game. The actual damage effect that you're going to be experiencing when you use Eldritch Blast, it's not that it gets horrible, but oftentimes the spells that you're going to cast that cost mana are going to be more impactful than just straight up Eldritch Blasting the whole time. But the problem is that if you are actually casting spells with mana, you have to stop Eldritch Blasting and then start the windup again to begin Eldritch Blasting. So as a result, you end up with a character that is just like constantly interrupting to cast their spell-like abilities, which means actually investing into Eldritch Blast loses value because you spend too much time on the startup animation. And it is currently a struggle with modern Warlock, where just blasting isn't enough, but the more time you spend not blasting, the harder it is to justify investing into blasting. Because, you know, why would I invest into blasting when I could just get things that generically give me more spell damage, which is better for my SLAs, but then worse for blasting? And then you ask yourself, why are you even blasting? And I don't know how to answer that question. I'm blind. Fortunately, my horse is still guiding me. Good job, horse. Legal asked last session, I renewed my vows to Emulator and our cleric performed a ceremony. Oh, that's cool. It goes in the shared bank. It doesn't break it, but it just goes in the shared bank. And you can't get access to it. So if you bank it, you can't get it out. You'll be able to get it out before level 36 comes, so it's not a big deal. But if you put it into if it gets into your reincarnation cache, any level 36 item in your reincarnation cache prevents you from reincarnating. Be like me, you play Shadowblades in a race with a penalty to charisma? Hell yeah. It's not that big of a deal. If you play like Monk or Rogue, you can just get dexterity hit and damage and ignore that. Until next 36 until next year. Yeah, we're not leveling up, guys. That's it. This is where you notice that not having any AoE is really bad. Oh, Jesus. Ugh. Dude, this Artificer is saving my entire life. It's so good. Oh, her cleric is an atheist, no deity. Oh yeah, because deities were not a thing when the game first launched with the favored weapons. Same with domains. No deities, no domains. And better in terms of feel. I'd rather play a Warlock, but Eldritch Blasting is really turning me off. No, Acolyte of the Skin is even more reliant on Eldritch Blast. And it has a worse tree. Again, the benefit of Warlock, at least in my opinion, is the fact that number one, you have flexible damage, you have magic damage that has no cost, so you can always spam it, which can be very powerful depending on the situation. And on top of that, who's behind me? That's everybody here, it's just you guys. And on top of that, your Eldritch Blast is really good for the brain-off style of gameplay you may want to engage in. So if you're somebody who is... you want to play the game and you want to have fun, but you don't have to do like thinky all the time, that's where it can kind of come in handy to do that.
Well, you are calling the weak from the strong.
The Knolls camp is empty now.
I'm just going to try to disable as many traps as possible. This is where having auto searching would be great. If I was a Warforged, I would just run through all the traps here and just pop them. Unfortunately for me, I can't do that because I will fail my save and then I will get stuck. Okay, so we get this one, Spell Ward. Yeah, we're getting them. Go team, get those Spell Wards. Go. I think we're almost there. We have like a couple more to get. Search. Oh, there's another spell word there. Okay. Oh god. It's okay. They don't see me. 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 Damn you, giants! all I wanted was to disable a spell ward, but no, you couldn't just leave me in peace. Nobody likes the spell wards, not even you, giants. Nice.
Take you.
Drayton curses.
Alright, there we go. Full trap XP. It's not often you get full trap XP, but I actually really enjoy playing a trapping character, so I can get full trap XP in here. I find it fun. It's hard to do when solo because you're constantly getting attacked by monsters, so it's basically impossible to get all the trap XP because you'll always be like under siege. But I do appreciate that I was able to do that here. I find it good. It's very satisfying to disable all the traps in quests. It's one of the reasons why I definitely understand people that really enjoy playing like trap type characters. Because it is fun to be able to just like go and disable every single trap. And you just see this clean area where there's no danger being presented anymore. It's cool. It used to be so scary, but now it's not. Look how safe this camp is. Yeah, my brother is a big trap guy. He pretty much only plays characters that can disable traps. Artificer is his favorite class, and before Artificer, it was Rogue, when Artificer wasn't out yet. Back in the day, he played this was when the level cap was 10, a dual-wield Bastard Sword Warforged Rogue. That was a friggin' build, man. It's the right time to be alive. You'll negative I can't do traps? Yeah, I feel you on that one. I play the game too often without having a trap character, so I just know how to get around all of them. There's always a way to get around or through a trap. It's the reason why I feel pretty comfortable with trapping or trap-filled sections whenever I play doing like the solo guided playthrough or anything like that, because I find the trap sections are really not that big of a deal when your character can easily handle every single, like there's a way around it to maneuver through. Yeah. What's up, Coster? How you doing?
You are now inside the glacier.
Fighter. The last time I took one rogue because I thought 1d6 sneak attack would make him badass. To be fair, with no capstone, it probably is better than the 16th level of fighter. That reminds me of like, if you look up any build for playing Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous or Pathfinder Kingmaker, almost every build you look up, it'll be like, oh, you're gonna play a fighter, you're gonna play whatever, and it's like, cool. Don't forget to take your 1 level of rogue, so you get a bonus feat and a sneak attack dice, and your 1 level of alchemist vivisectionist, so you get a bonus feat and a sneak attack dice. Every time. This turns out two classes for 2 sneak attack dice is really good. 2d6 is extra damage per strike.
As the path winds deeper into the glacier, the excavation.
We don't talk about the Raiders boxes here. No, you can. I don't mind people talking about it or wanting to talk about it. It's just, it was like 3 days straight of people only coming in and talking about that. And as a streamer, you just kind of get, like, if you're not watching the stream actively, you come in and you're like, hey, I want to vent about this thing. So you come in and vent about this thing. But if there's like 100 other people, that means 100 other people already came in and vented about the thing, and then they go. And then I'm just stuck here being like, all right, spin your wheels. I've heard it before. Not that I don't empathize with your position or how things are.
There was no sign of
because I did post a video where I gave my personal thoughts and opinions about all the items that are currently on the list. But then, to try to get ahead of it, because I knew there would be people that would be like, this guy's a shill because he's not saying that the box is bad or like that the changes were bad. I had to post a preemptive comment on the YouTube video being like, I know all of you are mad. I am also disappointed. I'm just giving advice to people to choose, you know, between the items that they currently can choose from. The EDs on the Paceman is possibly a sneak peek. The Paceman should have EDs. Does the Paceman not have EDs? Really? Really? Is that true?
The gate at the
Oh, it doesn't have EDs. Wow, look at that. That's crazy. Can you be chance cards off Duriel? Oh man, you get chance cards off normal Duriel? That's illegal. What the hell? But yeah, it's like I'm totally with everybody who's like frustrated. I get it. I just don't have anything else to add. I'm like with you guys. I'm like, yeah, man, it is annoying. Absolutely. Totally. Again, there was just like a lot of wheel spinning. So yeah. Is there a decision? Yeah. It's like my personal opinion is I don't think it would have mattered either way. And I think that by deciding later and being like, yeah, actually, this is how we're gonna do it, they basically painted themselves into a corner where they you know, have to effectively just like take the L now.
Why are these minions always so flimsy? Is it the cold?
But it's not a good L. The bad L. Question, didn't have a read-only version spreadsheet for the build Strim had a little while ago. First time seeing it, I want to take a look of that spreadsheet for builds. Spreadsheet for builds. Oh, do you mean the beginner basics thing? Yeah, it's posted it's linked in every single YouTube video and beginner basics video. So yes, I do have it here. It's available to the public.
There are almost no signs of the Netherese or their monstrous horde.
This is it's just a beginner character build that will absolutely work for every class in the game. You won't run into any troubles unless I specifically call out that you will run into trouble in the build, because not every class is excellent at soloing as a beginner character or beginner player on a First Life build. The Arcane Trickster is currently free if you log into the game and talk to the guy at the anniversary event who gives it to you for free. There's like a new anniversary party area you get to by talking to Fred, the helpful mind flayer, who you can find in the Hall of Heroes, or in House Jarasco, or in House Fjarlin, who will teleport you to the anniversary zone. And then there's like a floating eyeball guy who's called the Giver of Gifts, and he gives you Arcane Trickster as a permanent unlock on your entire account forever, that will never go away forever. Isn't that cool? Unless you delete your account, then it goes away, but like, I don't know. Yeah, also you have until the end of March to claim it for free, at which point you gotta pay $10. So don't pay $10, claim it before the end of March. Because DDO is a free game. Before you go to bed tonight, if you don't have DDO installed, just set up the download, have the game installed, and then do the thing. But it's free. But yeah, the coster, what I'm doing here is not the best build. This is the Magic Missile meme build. I have magic missiles and nothing else. That's it. Well, technically I have force missiles, but the idea is I wanted to be able to cast as many magic missiles as possible, so I'm a wizard with Arcane Trickster. So I get multiple magic missiles and magic missile spell-like abilities, and that was kind of the goal here. I wanted the magic missile meme build. So this is not the best way to build Arcane Trickster, but it is the way I'm doing it. Anyways, I will update the paste bin so it has Epic Destinies. Just give me a couple minutes here.
A muffled voice from beyond this gate.
Yeah, this is the meme build. I will be posting a real magic missile spammer, but this is the I only cast magic missile, I only attack the darkness. Bluff. I succeeded. Nice. Go charisma +8.
You have recovered enough of Rungnir's battle trappings to satisfy.
What's the best breakfast food considering taste, nutrition, ease of prep? A banana.
Rungnir says, "Now I may arm for battle. Come this way. The wizard Tharno will be in the great chamber."
Bananas are easy to carry with you if you gotta go. You get them on the go. Bananas are nutritious. Bananas are very inexpensive. And bananas give you essential sugars. You don't want to eat too many bananas because bananas are actually pretty high in sugar. But a singular banana, if you gotta have a quick, convenient, single ingredient for breakfast, that's a pretty good way to go about it, is one banana. Uno banano.
What are you really doing in my place?
The problem with that is then you get cheese, and depending on if you're using, unless you're using like low-fat cream cheese or something like that, you're eating extra fats in the morning, which can not necessarily be like good for your day. Also, you then have to have the locks. So yeah, which depending on your region or location might be difficult to acquire.
Seems I'm outnumbered. That
Wee,
won't
wee,
do at all.
wee. He's not dead.
Full set.
You have a video regarding the event items, if anything's worth picking up. I don't have a video for the event items, but TLDR, from the old 10th anniversary turn-ins, the cosmetics are good if you like any of the cosmetics, so just go for them. The Armors of Celebration are some of my favorite armors in the game. The 15th anniversary cloak is really cool, but I don't have a direct video for anything like that. Oh, and also all of the forum posts at 5, 10, and 15 are just really good spell power items for leveling. So if you're like, oh, I love playing Pale Masters, then pick yourself up a Necrotic Forum post because it's good. There's straight good stats, so can recommend. Alright, we'll go whoop. I'm at the level cap, I'm just gonna do what goes up because it's fun. And then from the new event, the only 2 items I can recommend straight up is the heroic level 4 Milesia's Crown, because it gives access to freedom of movement as a level 4 item. Or, if not the heroic Milesia's Crown, you're going to pick up the level 36 armor of the Dragon Touched armor, because it has some reasonably good stats, and chess pieces are pretty flexible in current DDO character building. So it's a pretty easy thing to maybe swap in when the level cap increases. But bear in mind, I wouldn't buy the level 36 item right now because of the aforementioned bank bricking. Also, I think I missed it, but Fully Torque, thanks so much for the resub, or for the sub, dude. Hope you're doing very, very good. Glad to have you here. Hope your day is going excellent. Single Ninja plus Double Strike, the major reason for weapon thrower. To get some Double Strike from Abuser Sneak Attack or Poison Shot. Oh, the reason why Shuriken thrower damage is because you just throw like 20 Shurikens. That's why. Shuriken users get 300 to 400 double shot, and then they also get 100% double shot twice from having 100 dexterity. So if you have 100 dexterity, you end up getting like 5, or effectively like 6 shurikens every time you click the button. So you just multiply everything. That's why the damage is so crazy. Are the posts better than the planar Eyes Scepters? Well, they're yes and no. At 12, no, but at 10, 5, 10, and 15, yes. Long break. Trying to wrap my head around all the differences I played last. Like, for instance, enhancement trees didn't exist. Yes. Is there anything specifically that was the secret sauce to figure out the synergies? I watched through all your new player videos and look at the DDO Builder and trying to put it all together. I wouldn't say there's anything that you need to know. It is easier than the old system. As somebody who used to play with the old, like, selectable enhancements, where you would, like, you know, double click it and would add it in, the insert here is it's no secrets. So, you might remember this Fully Torqued, but back in the day, if you're playing like a bard, for example, if you wanted to be like a spell singer, you had to take like bard spellcraft, the enhancement, and then bard this and bard this. And once you had all of them together, then it would show you the enhancement. So there was like kind of like secret enhancements that you had to like learn to take, if that makes sense. That if you didn't know about, you would get like, you'd run into some problems. Nowadays, you don't have to deal with that anymore because all the information is just given to you right away. So fortunately, it's all straightforward. Here's what I will say is the important part about the enhancement trees. If something is in a tree, as long as there's no type on it, so for example, this says open lock, disable device, and concentration, that just means it stacks because there's no typing. It's not like a enhancement bonus to open lock. It's not a type of bonus, which means the things just are what they are. And because enhancement trees, you can re-specialize them by just spending some gold. If you try something and you go, I don't like it, you can just undo it. So it gives you a lot of opportunity for experimentation, which is pretty cool. So I wouldn't say that there's like a secret sauce to figuring out synergies, other than you just kind of look at it and you go, can I combine this with this? Also, multiclassing spellcasters is still bad. It was bad when the level cap was 10, it was bad when the level cap was 16, it was bad when the level cap was 20, it's still bad. I am a multi-class spellcaster. I am an Arcane Trickster 15, Favorite Soul 3, Wizard 2. Multiclassing your spellcasters is still bad. The only exception is that now Arcane Tricksters and Sorcerer, or Rogue Arcane Tricksters and Sorcerer Wild Mages get access to an ability called Mixed Magics, where you can use your caster level as your character level. So even though I'm level 2 Favorite Soul, all my Favorite Soul spells cast as though I am up to level 20. So for example, my Close Wounds is casting level 24 from Favorite Soul, even though I am obviously not level 24 favorite soul, but that doesn't mean that I have higher level spells. Remember, spell level also matters. So if you're not casting, like, you can cast Fireball at max level with the mixed magics, and that's kind of cool. But you know what's better? Delayed Blast Fireball, Meteor Swarm. They're just better spells, so you don't have access to those. Power gain. Yeah, they did nerf that, because I do remember it was all you do is take 1 level of sorcerer and then you got double mana from all of the mana items. So then you would get yourself like a Pearl of Power 9, which was a rare drop back in the day, which was a trinket, which were very hard to come by, which gave you 90 spell points. And then because you had a level of sorcerer, you would get 180 spell points from that. So now they have changed it, but they had to make an adjustment to that. They didn't have to. They chose to make an adjustment so that way the amount of bonus spell points you get is as a percentage equal to the different, like, the ratio of your Sork levels to your actual caster. So for example, if you're 10 Sork, then you only get a 50% bonus from spell power items, or spell point items, which is funny. You know if the Warbrain's Wrath procs from offhand throw attacks? No, I do not. I don't know much about thrower builds, I'll be totally honest with you guys. Thrower's not my expertise. In terms of like the deep dive of does mechanic X work with Y. I'm more of a surface level guy.
Are clearly more sophisticated than the one by the door.
So yeah. But yeah, as far as secret sauce, just play around. The cool thing about DDO, in my personal opinion, I think DDO is anyone with bad UMD. Oh, or did we already do it? I don't know if we already did it. Somebody use a control orb? Oh, nice. We already did. Okay, never mind. Already done. Next. Here we go. What was I gonna say? There's, in my personal opinion, and this is coming from somebody who played DDO since the beta in 2005. Dungeons & Dragons Online, in terms of character building, flexibility, creativity, and the amount of different things you can do, is better than it has ever been. There are so many incredible, amazing builds that you can do. Like, right now, with Arcane Trickster, because Arcane Trickster lets you apply sneak attack damage to wands, you could make a wand build and not cast any spells, and instead just pick up things like the, wand and scroll mastery here, to then increase your effectiveness with wands, and just cast Scorching Ray wands and Magic Missile wands and actually use that as your primary damage and be effective. Not like endgame raid effective, but like you can level with it and it can feel good, which is really wacky to think. So DDO is currently, in my personal opinion, the best place it's ever been in terms of like endgame build diversity, in terms of total amount of interesting toys and things to play with. Most things feel good. It's insane. So yeah. And then if you're like, but Shrim, I go to Sharn and my character still feels really horrible in Sharn. Yeah, dude, I don't know what to tell you. Everything, even the fucking oozes have evasion in Sharn, okay? I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what they were thinking. Sharn is a beast. Using Skyrim because of the 200 SP and Metamagic Redux? Yep, true. Oh, somebody asked a question. Thoughts on full Spellcaster ATR versus hybrid ATR? I think the Spellcaster is better than the hybrid, but I think the hybrid is compelling now. But I think the pure Spellcaster is going to be better than the hybrid in terms of just raw damage output. But I think the hybrid is strong, and I think the hybrid is going to be a very easy leveler. In terms of like ease of leveling, I think the hybrid is going to be the way to go for like 1 to 20 and make a better leveler. But I think for endgame, I think the pure is going to be way better for single target.
We were a bit late to stop the spell, I'm afraid. But look up. One of
is how good spell-like abilities are and how many options there are. Oh yeah, that was just not a thing. We didn't have spell-like abilities back in the day. Yeah, whereas now, like I took 3 favorite souls, so I get access to close wounds, so for 2 mana I can do this. Just boom, heal, heal, heal. I can help people, or I can deal damage, but I can just all heal instead. That being said, spellcasting is, like, without using spell-like abilities, is still a very, very viable thing. If you read online, like go on the forums or other places, there are people that are still, like, clutching to the old days of, like, 2015 to 2020, 2020 DDO, where they're like, yeah, it's all spell-like abilities. You gotta have, everything has to be a spell-like ability. I never cast real spells, I only cast SLAs. And they'll like play their sorcerers, where they use the sorcerer spell-like ability for like Fireball or Lightning Bolt, all the way through the entire game, even into Legendary, without realizing that like, if you just cast the spells, like Delayed Blast Fireball and the higher level spells, you actually do more damage, and you save more mana that way by using more cost-efficient spells. So like, spell-like abilities are good, they're great for getting started, and they're one of the reasons why spellcasters don't feel horrible in the early levels, which was a huge problem back in the day, and depending on your spellcaster, actually is still a problem. Some class spellcasters do feel bad from like level 1 to 4 still. But most spellcasters, thanks to spell-like abilities, you can maximize and empower your spells right out of the gate, which means they actually feel pretty good while leveling, and then it only kind of fades off once you get to the super endgame. Which is nice. Yeah, isn't it crazy to like play a game 20 years ago and then you're like, Dungeons & Dragons Online's still around, and then you log in and there's all sorts of crazy shit being changed in the game? Isn't that cool? That's so cool, man. I'll give you guys a comparable example. Last year, I was convinced by some friends to like play some League of Legends, and like League of Legends, I played a lot in like seasons like 2, 3, 4, and 5. After that, I didn't really play anymore. I stopped playing after like 2014. So I didn't play League of Legends for almost a decade. And then some of my friends were like, hey, we're playing League. Do you want to come and play? And there I am, cantankerous old man, being like, all my favorite heroes aren't the same anymore. I can't play Tarek the same way I used to. I can't play all these heroes. Everything's just so different now. There's a Rift Herald. There's a crab that's in the swamp that walks around. This is ridiculous. I don't want to play this video game. It's too hard. And to be fair, I should have followed through with that, because playing League of Legends is not good for your mental health. But I decided to stick with it. And you know what? I ended up actually having a lot of fun, because I was like, oh, you know what? They made some good changes. This is a fun game. There's some fun stuff.
It would have been much prettier if you hadn't wrecked my
Oh yeah, if you like, because remember, everything is still 3.5 rules. So the 3.5ification of this game is still here. They make new designs based off a lot of the 5e stuff, because like people play 5th edition, and that's just like the game that people are familiar with. So for example, you might have noticed that like Dragonborn is in the game now, and it is based off of which is like based off of 4th edition. Gnome is in the game, but it's not the 3.5 rock gnome. It is the more 5th edition gnome that exists in the game now. Or sorry, the 5th edition. Yeah, it's the 5th edition gnome. Tieflings in 3.5 were basically like humans from the demon world, where it's like you go to some demonic realm and the human-like people are the tieflings that are still chilling there. And in 5, they're like, no, they're actually the birth of people from rituals in the past, and they have these big anime character tails on them. So they're very, very different in terms of design. So a lot of the stuff they do pull from 5, but then they shove the 3.5 rules into them. The Remnant Trader is per account. So you can only, it's per account, but I believe it's per server. Anivia and Annie? Bro, I'm not out here playing Annie. You think I'm an Annie player? Although Anivia, fun fact, was the first hero I ever bought, because I thought the idea of a Cryo Phoenix would be sick. And then I found I didn't really love Anivia that much, and I was never the biggest fan. And then I remember watching Froggen play Anivia back in the day, and being like, wow, that's so cool. I want to play Anivia just like him. And I did not play Anivia just like him. I played like a chimpanzee, but I tried my best. But yeah. Fully Torqued, if you ever have questions about DDO or you want to learn more, there's a lot of awesome resources. The official DDO Discord is a great place to ask people questions about that sort of thing. I also have my own Discord, which is broken down by like different class channels, so you can like see or like ask specific things to help with things like that. And even in-game, out-of-game, other places, the community is awesome. The DDO community being so cool is one of the reasons why it's still just like a joy to play all the time, because man, the DDO community is just great. If you ever have a question, people will go out of their way to help you out and answer it. If you are returning to the game, though, I want to give you one bit of advice, which is that the people that play the game a lot, play the game a lot. So as a result, if you go and join a random group, there's a good chance that the people in the random group assume that you are a longtime player of the game, because a lot of people are. And so if you join a party and you don't know where to go or where to do things for a quest, just tell people. Join the party and go, hey guys, I'm new. I don't know where to go. People will be like, oh, no problem. Somebody will lead you from one place to the next. People will help you out. People will be doing all those things. Just don't suffer in silence. If you just don't know where to go, just say, hey guys, I haven't played in 20 years. I don't know where to go. Somebody will stop and will help you. But it is unfortunately very common where somebody does not know where to go or what to do, and so they don't say anything because they're nervous. They don't want to be like, I don't know, people to think that they're like a noob or something, or they just, you know, it's weird to talk to people in online games. I get that. And so it is unfortunately all too common for people to like basically suffer in silence and get lost and then never have the experience of like running with the actual group because they don't know where to go or what to do. If you don't know what to do, just ask. The people in DDO are really cool. Oh god. Oh, here, I got the DDO one. Give me a sec. Hold. Where's the welcome page? There it is. Invite to channel. This is the official DDO one. I lost charisma because they were stinky. True. Yeah, the problem is my favorite here was Mordekaiser, and I quit playing League of Legends right before they turned Mordekaiser into an AD carry, and I was like, well, my AP mid / top laner champ is now an AD carry. I am done, and I quit. Your newbie joins, doesn't know where to go, doesn't ask. The quest is a gathering mechanic. Oh, dude, true. Also, the DDO wiki, if you want to play DDO, as somebody who's been playing this game for the past 20 years, who, I don't know everything, but I know a lot of things and a lot of details, what I can tell you is, this is a, you better have the DDO wiki open. All the time. Just have it on the other monitor, because there's something where you're like, does this do this? Check wiki. Does this do this? Check wiki. Can I? Check wiki, check wiki, check wiki, check wiki. Did they add force crit to it and someplace new? I don't know. They could add energy criticals, but I've been using the cooldown, Arcane Alacrity, which is nice. Thanks for group. I am Cap. Take care. I didn't even pick up any sagas. So I think I'm gonna level up and then grab all my sagas as legendary XP. Legendary XP. Yep. Also, remember when searching for stuff, write DDO, because if you don't, DDO references a lot of things all the time. So the number of times I'm like, you know, rainbow in the dark, and you don't type DDO, and then you get music, and you're like, oh wait, that's not what I meant. Or references to books or other things. No, he's back to being a top laner. He's just not the same. One of my favorite strategies I like to do when I used to play, because I had a Mordekaiser only account. I was one of those guys. And where like I would play every role, I would tell people, hey, I play only Mordekaiser. I will do every role except AD. If we have no AD players in the party, like if no one's an AD carry in the group, I will leave. Like I will Q dodge and save everybody else the time. I would be like, we're not wasting any time here. I'll play Mordekaiser on any role except AD. And then it's like, oh, no one wants to play AD? Great, I'm queuing. I'll dodge. And I dodge out. I would do support, jungle, mid, and top. And one of my favorites was either being mid or top Mordekaiser. And everyone expects you to max out the E, which is the cone of destruction or whatever. They would always expect you to do that. But I never did that. I always maxed out the shield because the shield gives you, like the W gave you so much shield. And it gives you the magic resist and the physical resist of the armor. But on top of that, it actually did a surprising amount of damage if somebody tried to brawl with you in melee. So you'd be up against like a Zed or a Yasuo or something, and they go in on you and you shield, they cannot kill you and they die so fast. And then at that point, it's just too late for them to get away. Maybe they flash under their tower, but guess what, buddy? I'm coming with you because I got a shield up. I'm not dying. It was awesome. You just blew people out of the water because they didn't know how to play against it. The only downside is that, like, if the game got to like 35 or 40 minutes and you didn't get your ulti on the AD carry, you would lose the fight. So you kind of had to close out games early, but yeah. The headache better? No, it's like pretty baseline. You might notice my head is tilted down. I'm trying to get as little light into my eyes as possible. 3 bugs in Lamb. Did they fix it? Slap didn't proc Magical Ambush. Slap did proc Magical Ambush. In fact, it was actually a bug on Lamania that the Mage Hand abilities were procking Magical Ambush without actually having Magical Ambush. It works. Helping Hand knocks down friendlies. It does not do that. Capstone says it gives to Imbued Ice, but it doesn't. I don't have the Capstone. I don't know. I assume it got fixed. Friday's a 4 today? I don't know. If there is, we'll watch it. Maxing the shield? Yeah, shield Zion. I'm gonna level up. Level up. Okay. I also have to update the thing. So let me get my thing open. The build. I'm gonna update the build here. Migraine. Sorry, if it seems like I have a lot more energy than I do, it's because we were talking about Mordekaiser, and I love talking about Mordekaiser. Oh, man. Top lane Mordekaiser, jungle Mordekaiser, Supportekaiser. Oh, the Supportekaiser was so good because you just ulti the enemy AD carry, and then you would take 2 towers. The only downside is if you didn't win the lane, the game was over. But so you just had to win the lane. Okay. So for feats on this, I decided to go with Scion of the Feywild, which I don't think is the play. I think the answer is Scion of the Ethereal Plane, because Scion of the Ethereal Plane gives the 6d6 sneak attack dice and +4 to all skills, which is quite good. You don't get any spell power, but I think that's too much damage to take per spell, and the +4 to all skills affects your disable device and things like that, so that seems really good. And then I have epic mental toughness on here, but I should have taken improved sneak attack, which is an extra sneak attack. So I got 9 d6s of additional sneak attack dice, which is pretty wild, especially considering. So like my character currently has 21, and now we're up to 30 instantaneously, which is like not bad. That's kind of sick, dude. Hey, Stream, can confirm Warlock and feels pretty decent. I can't focus on sneak attacks and imbue. Was able to solo Lamortia Frost Giant. Oh, that's sick. Hey, 7 minutes, but you got it done. It's not bad. I'd take that. Okay. Now, what do I want here? I don't want any of these feats. I think all of them are bad. If I had to take a feat here, Arcane Pulse is also surprisingly bad. First Blood, I should probably take because I get the upgrade. So I'm going to take First Blood. I don't think it's that good, but, you know, it is what it is. We're just going to take it. Then we take this, and then you take this. Now, allegedly, Bring Darkness gives 1 sneak attack dice. Is that real? I heard somebody say that somewhere. It does. Why does it do that? All right. Sure. Fortunately, I can't take weird. Oh, I'm playing question. Old one's gonna be made VTA crafted arrows. Yeah. No, the new ones. Nothing stays bound to character. Just craft your arrows. It works for everything. Okay. Cool. All right. gonna grab my... Oh. Now it's the nausea that's hitting me. We're good. We're good. We're good. All is fine. Everything is fine. No, how about you chill? Okay, we're fine. I'm gonna put on my voice to the master. I'm gonna collect some sagas. Will give me some extra XP. On everyone's soul, we are all taking Dreamscape. Dreamscape. Take me to the Dreamscape. I'll hit level 34 someday. This is a good way to do it. Hey, I was Did that work? Oh, weird. It's a 2-pointer? Wait, is the other one a 1-pointer? Unlucky. Wow. What a slap in the face. I want a refund. I want my money back. The speed bar is very broken. Sounds about right. Skip one for free. I don't do Belly and the Beast. That's why I always have to skip one. Oh, sometimes lucky. We have weird, ladies and gentlemen. Weird. Okay, so weird is now my AoE instant kill. Which goes where? With a DC of 66. I feel like this should be higher than 66, considering everything I've got. But I guess it isn't? Do I not have any spell gear on? 21 illusion. I guess I don't have any spell items. Oh, I literally don't have any spell gear on. That makes sense. And also my intelligence is only 57. I don't have a good modern piece of gear. Interesting, though. Get one of these. These. PRR, because it's good. Capstone. I need to spend one more point here. Oh my gosh. I guess I can take Reaper spell DCs, which is actually not horrible. With the extra mana. Apparently this was not giving the proper amount of mana, which is kind of funny. Anyway. Just great background, so no orbs. Weird. Weird, weird. Okay, we're gonna see if Fridays at 4 is up. So I'm gonna load up the DDO stream and see if there's anything to talk about. Hopefully there is. Oh, it is. They're live. Okay, give me a sec. Give me a moment. Okay, pop out chat. Hold on. Twitch. There you go. This should be good. Should move this over here so we can just get rid of that. Alright, so we have Fridays at 4 going. So there we go. The live stream begins shortly. Look at this production value, dude. Look at that. You know, I could have like a marquee of some kind going across the screen. But I didn't. Remember DD kicking? It keeps all those different builds and I want to play them all, but I need at least one character at least level 20. So back when I used to play, like 1,000 generations ago, I didn't do that. I didn't play one build. I would just like make a new character every weekend. Oh, it's Community Manager Cordovan.
Hello everyone, welcome to Fridays at 4 on twitch.tv.
This guy works for SSG, so we're learning the news.
I didn't quite
my head hurts.
adjust the... Let's
Yeah, Cordovan, what the hell?
get a little more light going on here. How are you all doing here today? Welcome
I'm
to
good.
the cusp.
He can't hear me.
Of DDO's 20th anniversary, which is February 28th, 2006.
This guy's... I don't know how he drinks
Happy
water so naturally.
20th
I don't know how to do
everyone. Today's show is going to really focus
Oh, it's
on
kinda
all the
loud.
stuff that you can do this weekend. And
Like,
then
I can't drink
I'm
water
gonna be
during
doing
stream. I find it a
special
struggle.
live
He doesn't.
stream
He's so good at
tomorrow.
this.
I'm gonna go on a little bit after Voodoo Spice wraps up, so I guess he's usually done by about 3 o'clock, something like that. And I'm gonna pop on after him right here on Twitch and just sort of celebrate 20 years. Now, I
it
need to
tomorrow?
say that I'm not going to be in World on Cordovan. I can't do it this year. And the reality is we're sensitive to game performance. You're sensitive to game performance. Now that we've consolidated the worlds, we've got more people on.
Oh, they
And it
can't
already
dump the
was a
loot
pretty
dump.
rough time when I'd pop in on an admin to do, like, say,
He would
drops
dump
of
loot on the
monster
ground and
spawns
stuff?
In past years. It lasts, usually once things get going,
The
and people
instance
know
would,
to
like, crash
expect
out.
it. Usually, as you'll see on old live streams, and
Wow.
it goes for about maybe a minute, 2 if you're lucky, and then the instance pretty much dive bombs because it just got too
Yep.
many people trying to enter.
Oh, sorry,
and
I
what
gotta
have you.
take something.
So I had to think long and hard about whether I should actually do anything like that
Long and
this year,
hard.
and ultimately I decided no, especially on a Saturday, especially on our anniversary. I really can't cause problems on the live game worlds.
I
So-
can't believe
so it's
that
not
Horse would
gonna
do
be,
this.
me dropping stuff inside of the game world tomorrow. But I've got some cool things planned anyway. So you should tune in. You should watch Voodoo Spice, and you should watch Nacho actually before that. But we're going to have DDO content on this Twitch channel pretty much all day and night in celebration of DDO's 20th anniversary. So please do watch twitch.tv/DDO stream. Well, I do have some things stirring, Druid's Fire, which I'm going to show you in just a second. But before I do that, is there anything else that I need to do here?
I'm updating the
I guess
Arcane
not.
Trickster.
Now, I am
That's
going to
why I'm
have
sitting in
news.
silence.
This isn't going to be all nonsense today, I promise you. But
Good. We need news.
I thought of some nonsense. Let's do it. It's even funnier now that I see this on camera. Okay, so I am not on the live game worlds. Just FYI.
Put hundreds of
but
himself in
I
town.
thought, what a way to kick off the 20th anniversary and my own celebration of Dungeons & Dragons Online's
Amazing.
20th anniversary by doing a
Amazing.
1v100.
He's gonna fight. He's gonna
I
fight
am
himself.
Cordovan. On my character, my admin character, Cordovan, I'm going to be fighting 100 Cordovan here on Anniversary Island. Now, this is
One
again not the
Cordovan
live
versus
server,
100
so if I crash things,
NPC
I may get
Cordovans.
someone mad at me, but it wouldn't be you.
Oh my god.
So, now I will note I am on an admin, so I can't die. However, you see my hit point total up top there, so you'll know whether I would have
No,
lived
his
or
resolution's too high. You can't
not. I
read
would
the
also
numbers.
point out that I don't have any gear.
You can tell because of the bar at the bottom.
process
He's
of
streaming on a
actually
widescreen monitor.
Making an admin character and getting all this
So,
stuff done is kind of nonsense.
They should.
and you're
He
an
should be
admin, so you
streaming in
can't really die
1080p
anyway.
so that
But I
you
need to
can
do
read
a
the
few
numbers.
things to try to balance it out so I have some chance. So I've set my strength to 200 and my constitution to 100.
Do you know what's funny? 200 strength is not enough stats to just make your character powerful. He's probably still going to
The
miss.
only weapon I'm using is a rusty great axe. And the reason
amazing.
they're not attacking me
That's
right now
content.
is even though you see me jumping up and down here, the world does not. I have a special admin command going on that
Yeah.
prevents any kind of aggro.
This is something
from my
Stream would do?
character.
No, I'm way
But
stupider.
as soon as I toggle this off, it's going to get messy here. It's going to get messy. So let's see if I can take out 100 of myself. And yes, I counted. Here in
I'm
just a
curious how
second.
it's
Is
gonna
there
work.
anything I want to do before I actually start the chaos, though? Other than just, I mean, come on here, right? How funny is this? We'll find out. All right, so I'm going to get on camera here so that you can actually see me.
He's not going to
I need
win.
Turn off. Well, actually, I don't because these are named, so I can't auto kill them anyway. And
Oh,
we're
they
going
can't
to run
auto
this
kill red
command
names? Wild.
to aggro to me. In 3, 2, 1.
Oh, they're coming. That's a lot of bless.
Oh, I've got my sound off. That's what's
Wait,
up.
he didn't cast bless. They're casting bless on him.
I
Oh,
think
and
I-
he got knocked down. Oh man, the command. He can't get up because of the command. His saving throws are too low.
Now you can hear it.
They're just chained CCing him. He's up.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yes, I am. Oh, I should probably.
they're low
chug this
level. They're
potion
normals. Oh no, it's because they're normals. They're not doing any damage.
Protection from evil to at
Wait,
least
what
try
are
to
his
stop
saves
the
then?
command. And yes, I am clearly going to be dead here.
Yeah, he would have been dead for sure because his saves are bad.
Here we go. Let's keep.
But they don't have any.
Let's keep
They don't have any
swinging here and
defense.
see what we can do.
What's he? He's plus 120, 110, 103. Yeah, he's like 102.
It's a pile of dead me's quite there.
There you go.
Well, they clearly won, but not by as much as I would have thought. 'Cause I did stop there at the start, so negative 1800. Unfortunately, I can't reset this to do it again. It'll take too long.
I wonder how long
but
it
I
would have
think I'm
taken
going
to
to
put all
call
those,
that
populate them all down.
roughly a draw. If I set this up again and this time chugged the potion ahead of time and whatever, I bet, and had the sound issue fixed, I bet it would be about equal. So
Yeah, next year we need
there we
100,000
go.
Cordovans.
Agent Smith, yes, that may have been what motivated me to think of it. I was thinking of the Matrix. And I was like,
Amazing.
I could do that. I could actually do that. And they all disappeared. Look at that. Just
Yeah,
like
DDO
that.
cleans up bodies.
You're the only ones who ever know I did this.
What a video.
All right, well, I've
Color
done
spray
this
would've won that,
already
yeah.
to some extent, but I want to just give you a real quick Cliff Notes version of what you can do. So you're going to get to Anniversary Island here by speaking with Fred, the Anniversary host. He's available in all sorts of places. Hall of Heroes, House Tarasco, by where you normally find Fred, House Fiarlan by the Fiarlan Chapter House, where the 10th Anniversary event used to be, basically. And Fred will take you to Anniversary Island. Sterling the Strongbox, in both here and in the Hall of Heroes, will be the longest term bit of this event. That runs through March 31st, 2027, and you'll trade your mysterious remnants with Sterling here through March 31st,
You can get some cool stuff from Sterling.
And
It's pretty neat.
the event itself goes through, I believe, early April. We have that on DDO.com in the guide. We're giving you a little bit more time to get the dust supplied for that last week in case it's necessary.
I'm not asleep. I'm resting my
Okay,
eyes.
Sirion Doll here is where you're going to find the 20th anniversary event. This is Time Flies, and that's where you're going to find that one.
I didn't realize that was actually
Over
Sarion who's
here,
standing there.
The Giver of Gifts is where you're going to pick up Arcane Trickster. Might I recommend
there.
that this maybe be the first thing you pick up?
It's free.
You
Please
do
unlock
want
it
to
on
log
your
out
account
and log
forever.
back in after you get the Arcane Trickster to apply.
If you
to
don't
your
unlock
account.
it,
so if you want to,
everyone's gonna laugh at you.
This is where you're going to want to go.
You'll be really embarrassed.
We have got over here is where you're going to trade your 20th anniversary tokens with Mina de Kundarik. Every character that you log into or create between now and March 31st is going to get one of those 20th anniversary reward tokens, and you can trade that token in there with
a bunch of
Mina
stuff.
for one of the rewards. You can find the full guide over on DDO.com. Weaver is where you're going to get the cloak. And once you've got it, if you need
Stream
further
is
ones,
lagging?
you
What
can
the
actually get it in the Hall of Heroes.
Power Rangers team or Avengers Endgame team? I don't know how many devs are there.
And that's going to be long
DDO.
term. We put it in the Hall of Heroes so that you could get that done after this event ends. The 10th anniversary event is still happening. Tolera will get you the rewards. The Coin Lords anniversary party is going to be where you go and access that one.
Yep.
The anniversary genie is
Gives
the
you
one
the
that's
big
going to
boost.
get you a 10% bonus, festival bonus to the chance to get named loot. That's every 6 hours. You can click on the genie there. Just for funsies, you can do a little bit of coin jumping over there, and there's some climbing kind of up on that tower there. And I think that is the speedrun version of what you need to know about the Anniversary Island event itself. So, I'm going to switch cameras here and switch clients.
Dude, I wish we had a free cam in DDO where I could just like detach the camera and take pictures of stuff. It'd be so much better for making thumbnails.
Yes, the Arcane Trickster pickup is account-wide, so once you get it applied to your account, you don't need to do it again on any other server. It'll just be there. But you do need to initially apply it, and that's actually why you have to log out and
Mention
log
the
back
Mr. Nor
in
items? No.
in order for it to apply, because it's done really when it reconciles your account.
I don't know if they're going to mention the level 36
Count
gear and how it
tokens.
bricks your reincarnations. They should. He should be like, hey,
Do you only get ham
Don't
from the
buy
coins
it.
below? No, although ham is probably the most frequent thing that you get.
I've only gotten hams.
There is some kind
I'm
of
jumping into the coins.
some kind of crate you
Oh,
can
God.
get as well that you'll get rarely. But that event is not meant to be actually something that you farm or has any kind of power level whatsoever.
They should just make it like a
That's the deal with that.
0.1%
It's just
chance to get like a card of curse
little
cleansing, and then
goof,
you can watch
really.
level 34 characters constantly falling
Something
down
to
there.
kind of flesh out the space, give people who are hanging out there something to do, just a little bit of a space to explore the world there.
If it wasn't check, I'm moderated.
Thank
Nobody.
you on the anniversary quest. We're going to be running that here in just a second.
The DDO community is pretty good. People are also like, they were mad before, but most people are pretty calm now.
How long do you have to use the Myth Jernor box before it is gone? I don't think you have to wait at all.
Low
Once
latency
it's
toggle?
applied,
To disable low latency mode?
or once you have it, I think it just sits there, doesn't it?
Why is
Is
it
there
not?
anything listed
Huh?
about an expiration on it? I don't think so.
I don't know.
So I'm trying to solve a minor stream issue here. Give me a
Come on,
second.
Cordovan, solve your stream issue. But yeah, I don't know if they're going to talk about it. Don't buy the level 36 items yet, because if you put them in your bank, they go into limbo land, and if you reincarnate with them, you can't reincarnate anymore. So
My
if you
computer-
want to buy the level
What it
36
is about
gear,
this computer, it's
just
been having
save-
a problem
save
with,
the materials and buy it
with
later.
making me kind of framey when I'm off priority here.
He's
This
framey,
kitty is
dude.
not helping because this kitty is being a little desk kitty, wants to be a part of everything.
Also, that cat is adorable.
Sorry, bud. You
Tell
gotta
folks not to
go.
engage with the event.
Oh, I know.
No, he has to know. He has to know. It's not don't engage with the event, it's just don't buy this for a temporary period of time. I don't know. I don't know if there's like a good way to solve that problem. Like, I can tell you guys don't buy the level 36 items until they fix the bug that prevents you from reincarnating.
Coming through
if
or
you
not
buy a level
either.
36
let me,
item.
Let me actually give this a bit of a test on Twitch. Oh, now it's not. Oh, yep, there it is. A little bit.
Stuff on Anniversary Island, he
A
did.
little something. Oh no, there we go. Oh, I've got a thought.
Maybe he was given instructions, possibly.
This means I'm actually going to have to reboot the computer. Or not reboot the computer, but reboot the game client. Let me take care of this.
Just with TR cache. Oh shit, Float dropping the question in there. Good question. Well, so apologies, I'm closing my eyes a lot. My migraine's gotten a lot worse. So I'm like, I'm just trying to manage here, okay? It's still bright outside. It's not nighttime yet. It needs to be nighttime. That would be good. When is the anniversary live stream? Great question. It's not risking you the account. It's good information to get out there.
All right, I'm just making sure I'm caught up on all the questions.
No, you lay down.
When is the anniversary live stream? So what I'm going to be...
He skipped the
I'm not
question.
doing like a main thing with all the developers this year.
No.
Just couldn't make it happen this year.
Oh,
But I'm going to be on tomorrow after Voodoo for probably an hour.
Oh,
at
you
least
are?
A couple
Oh, good
hours,
idea.
Maybe even a couple hours, maybe longer. If I can go all the way until about 7, I'm going to give it a shot, but we'll see how things go tomorrow. And that'll just kind of be me hanging out. I'll be doing stuff in the game world, but I've also got some plans that I'm not really going to talk about right now. Show off some things from the game's history and what have you.
we got neat.
Mobs seem to have their race spells boosted too. I
No,
thought the
he's-
new race
he's-
spell
I
was
don't think they're gonna
player
talk about
side only.
it.
That certainly was the intention. If we didn't hit the mark on that, we will have to address it. I would also say, speaking of addressing a couple of
Oh,
bugs and such that have
Oh.
come up, let me
hold.
get to a couple of known issues here. We released Update 78 Natural 20 this Wednesday. It's the anniversary patch. There are a couple of bugs. The tooltip for Arcane Trickster's not half bad enhancement incorrectly states it does crit damage when it's actually crit hit chance.
Good.
The 20th anniversary token
mentioned.
can be sold at a vendor.
Yes.
Don't
Huge
do
problem.
that.
And
Don't
you can't
sell
buy
your-
it back.
Don't sell your
Fun fact.
anniversary token at a vendor.
You can sell it at a vendor. You can't buy
But
it back.
if you
It's not
do,
on the buyback
you
list.
can get it back through the buyback.
No, you can't.
Level
Doesn't
36
go to the
items
buyback.
currently cannot display in the shared bank, character bank, or reincarnation cache. And that is something that we were hoping to fix with an update, a quick game update today. We actually had the worlds down in part to try to get this work done. But we weren't able to actually, the build didn't work overnight, so we ended up just doing a maintenance today instead. So that'll be incoming next week on that fix. Basically, the UI only can look for items up to level 34. So it's all in your bank. It just can't see it because it only knows how to check the world property for the level cap of the world.
Yep.
And that's 34. And we're giving out level 36 items ahead of our expansion later this year, at which point we bring the level cap up to 36. So pretty soon this could be a non-issue. But for now, if you have a level 36 item, which obviously you're not going to be equipping it anytime soon, but if you got it,
Put it in the shared bank.
and you
Don't put
really
it in
want
your
to
character
craft it, if you want to turn it into a base crafting item or something, you can't if you put it in the shared bank. The other halo of this, though, is that if it ends up that way in a reincarnation cache, the
You can't get it
reincarnation
out.
cache has the same issue. So that you won't be able to pull it out of a reincarnation cache on a subsequent life. So if you plan to do more than 2 lives, say in the next 5 days, then in particular don't put, well, just maybe hang off on acquiring it. But if you acquire
Thank
it, don't
God.
put it in
Okay,
your
good.
shared bank.
The
Keep it
official
in your
message.
inventory for now. We're working to fix that issue, though, and as soon as we can get that fix rolled out, we will. It should be first half of next week.
Ooh,
And what that's
after the
gonna do
XP
is-
is gone?
Short term, just let the bank see things. If it's like,
Oh,
I can't see you because you're too high level, it's going to say like display
unlucky.
anyway, and so it'll just work in display. There might be a halo where it shows up during other unintended searches, but hey, how many level 36 items are you going to get? And this will only be an issue for a few months, half a year or so, until we get the expansion out. And then finally, one other note I want to mention: Void the Endless Cold is one of the items of the 20th anniversary token reward list. However,
Is there a
it's
void
the
bug?
only item.
Oh.
That's true. It's the only item that's exclusive. And what that means is that you can only have one in your inventory. So if you already have Void the Endless Cold in your inventory, don't select Void from the 20th anniversary token reward list, because it won't deliver and your token will be consumed. So don't do
So,
that.
like,
But we've
you
added
shouldn't
that
be
to
able
the
to do
no
that one?
issues as well.
But man, that's one hell of a buyer
Probably
beware.
not too many people are going to encounter that one, but you never know.
Yeah.
I should also mention
Wild.
that we have got double bonus points going through March 8th and Autos boxes through March 8th. And then let me move
That's crazy. I didn't think about that one.
images.
The
here,
Void's a good
scenes here,
choice. It just-
and put up
Not if you have one.
a
You
little
don't
bit
need
of
more
other
than
news
one.
while we get things going. So
I don't know. Maybe there's like
this one
a
through
Void
March
Andy who just wants to
25th, we have
curse
got
the
the
Void.
Midnight Wing Patrons Coffer back, and that's the one that most
Very good
recently
cosmetic, by the
came
way.
out for a few weeks, and we're bringing it back now. So you can find out more about that on DDO.com. But if you missed your chance, and we did hear from players saying, I need it back, it's back through March 25th.
No, I think Julian, you got to bring over the heart, the greater
Would
or the less
also
than
call
2.
out to keep handy maybe
sick.
our 64-bit server transfer guide. As we've
Oh?
been seeing people return to the game for the 20th anniversary, we've been seeing an increase of questions about how do I get my character off the old 32-bit game worlds.
Yes.
If that is someone you know, please do refer them to
But
our
what about
guide.
transfers generally?
It should get you where you need to go, and transfers are working good right now. We know we still do have a few issues to work on, like there was that forum thread about the person from Wayfinder. We did some work on that this week, although
There's a
we,
one
weren't
guy who's stuck on
unfortunately
Wayfinder
resolved
still.
that one quite yet. But
Of all the places to be stuck,
for
of all
example,
the
we
deserved
do have a
servers
bunch
to
of
still be stuck on
individualized
Wayfinder. Oh no.
edge cases and such that we're working through.
The empty
But for the
world
most
became
part,
emptier.
transfers are going fine at this point and should work no problem. The other thing I want to do here is call your attention to our main page. If you're like, gosh, there's a lot of guides and stuff, where do I find everything? Well, you will find everything on DDO.com/20th-anniversary. We've created just a main landing page for all of our 20th anniversary stuff, including a trailer, which I would recommend. I thought
It's
it
a good
turned out
page.
pretty good.
Yeah, and the trailer was fun.
And then you can click to any one of these guides here. I would also
Relying on
state that there
Wayfinders
may
and the
be
Big
a
2.6.
sixth
Good question.
button showing up here in the coming weeks. that would be a
They're working on the
20th
transfer limbo
anniversary
bug problems.
soundtrack. I can't promise her the timing on that. Whoops. But,
From the friends of volleyball named Wilson. True.
it's in the works. I've seen the rough
Do you know
track
anything about
list. We
buff?
just need
Oh,
to add
counts
all the
toward
metadata
nebula
to it, put it
fragments?
all
Oh, like the
together,
nebula
kinda
drop rate? I don't think
sort
so.
through some minor publishing issues and what have you.
If you want Nebula, you just gotta farm
Before I
it.
move on, I want to call out that there's a couple of articles that I would call your attention to. Last night, DDO Players News interviewed our senior producer, Tolero, and you could find that over on ddoplayers.com. It was a good hour-long interview with Tolero that turned out pretty good.
Yeah, apparently they went over like a bunch of new stuff that's coming. I hadn't seen it yet.
I can find it here.
But their YouTube video was posted today.
Yes. MMORPG.com also did an extensive interview with Amanda Groh, Tolero, Charles Miles Knockback, and Brent Walton Torque.
Wow, look at all these interviews for around the 20th anniversary. That's cool.
And there we go.
News.
Good to see there's a really nice interview that you can read that goes really into the game's history over the course of 20 years. There's some really nice stuff in there, and I'd
That's cool.
recommend checking that out. You can find that. I see that just right now over on the front page of
I'm gonna link it in case you guys want it.
MMORPG.com.
That's cool. Here's a link. Here's another link.
All right. I think that's where we're at here. Let me get
Yeah, we're
back
getting the
up our
news.
Twitch
That's cool.
screen.
I'll probably read that later on the DDO Players one. In case you want to experience either of these things, I'll just recopy the links over here for all you guys. You're the face of the thing
You
here.
have a character
Oh, yeah,
prepped
I
for
know, it's all me.
reincarnation on Argo before it was shut down, and now they can't transfer the character because they cannot pack character flagged for reincarnation and cannot create new character. If they try to reincarnate, what should they do? They
Yep.
should contact customer support.
Yeah, that was is that the same person that was in my
Maybe on
chat?
an edge case where
That
they
was
may
that was
need
somebody
to
who was like in
manually
YouTube chat who was
intervene
asking that exact same
somehow
question.
transfer it or flag
I think
it
it's the same
separately.
person. I'm not good with names. But yes, the answer is you submit a ticket and then you gotta wait several weeks. It sucks. It's a bad answer and it's not a good answer, but I think that's the answer, unfortunately.
Flag for reincarnation.
Yeah, so
Which are
you
not packed.
basically, if you ate a heart of wood to
So
get
that got
flagged for
solved, I
reincarnation,
thought, by we required packing for before you could reincarnate. So if that character has packed, then just transfer. And if they haven't packed, they must have done it right at the time before we were able to catch that and then resolve it by requiring you to pack before you reincarnate on the 32-bit worlds. So in that case, you'll just need to have your friend get in touch with customer support and they'll have to work through it.
so yeah, no more woods, just regular reincarnations. No, what happened is that
I don't know, Druid's Fire, if that one piece
They,
is going to be there that you mentioned. We have a file
reincarnated at some
It all
point, so like they
comes
used
down
the
to
heart of
weird
wood
file
and they gave it
names.
to the life
You
shaper,
know, when we were
and then
looking
they
at
logged
the
out,
soundtrack,
and then
the
like logged out of DDO
titling
for like a year
is
and
tends
never
to be
hit the
by
reincarnate
region
button.
name and things
So when they
like
came
that
back, the
rather
character's
than
mid
other
reincarnation and they're
things.
stuck because
I-
reincarnating is technically making a new character.
Might be in there. Night Revels Lord. So that would be the Getting Ahead in Lord's March quest. I don't know, I'll make a note of that. I actually have, I think, a couple of
Anything exciting
Oh.
happening? Oh, Vibeplex, I got nothing for you. We got the only little bit of news we got is fortunately they've talked about, or
Couple of changes
Cordovan
to make
talked
to the
about some of the
soundtrack.
important things here
so.
in terms of like some bug fixes, things that are coming back. But yeah, the answer is you submit a ticket.
A weird case where you somehow found yourself reincarnating before you were able to pack. Or, I suppose you could have been flagged for reincarnation a long time ago.
Yep.
Never touched the character until after we made the change, and so thus never packed, and we're in that state.
Yep.
So
that's
either
it.
way,
The answer is
CS
talk to
is the
customer
answer.
service.
They're the ones who are going to be able
Submit
to
a
presumably
ticket.
have to manually sort it.
Can't find the Tolero video. It's on the YouTube. Yeah, it's in the ddoplayers.com link that I put there.
So
It's
I
in
am
there.
on simply a level 1 character. This is a character I got to 20 last night by running the anniversary quest, and then reincarnated so I could be my Arcane Trickster. And so we're just going to go in on level 1. I haven't really geared myself out yet, although I did Kenneth craft quick a couple of level 1 daggers for
The
myself.
bludgeoning. Good call.
Just
Yeah, it's
quick,
Fey
just
tagged as well.
not going to be using these for too long. And
No,
I did get
I linked
myself
it- I
a
linked it in
couple
the
of
chat.
bits and bobs here, but not
Yeah.
too much. What do I got? Yeah, like the trap blast goggles, a little bit of intelligence, things like that. But then I got a couple of I've got a cleric
No type, only
hireling
click
and
link.
Byron scout sword to help me out here if I need to. But I'm going to take it easy. Well, I'm going to take it easy and go in on a hard to
I
start.
wonder how
with,
hard it
and then
is.
We'll go in on something else next if we need to.
DDO Players is an old website. It's been around forever.
But this is the first quest that I've run since
Because
I reincarnated. So until
I
I
did this
understand
quest?
what kind of actual damage I can do, let me not just go in on.
But yeah,
elite
I
and
did
be
this
like,
quest
it'll be
on-
fine."
at level 12, and I got my ass handed to me. This quest is the monsters have really, really high DCs on their spells. I just got stun locked.
Set up my UI here. I'm not gonna worry about it too much, but I am gonna get
It wasn't even the bosses.
enough that
It was
I'm
like
comfortable enough having this on.
with the regular monsters. I was in the level 12, so at level 14, it was or on Reaper mode, and I was level 15, and I got hit with an auto sphere of dancing. I rolled my save. I was like plus 48. I rolled like a 4, so I got like 52 or 53 on my will save, and I failed. And I got chain stunned, and I couldn't do anything because even when I rolled like 60, I still failed.
Yes, so that's what we've been working on. That was part of what we were going to be doing with this morning's game update that unfortunately was unable to be deployed.
Hell yeah.
So we are aware there's a problem right now with guild airships that is partially impacted. Oh, actually, I need to get over to...
Oh, he's explaining guild
That's
airships.
partially impacted by bank access and things like that. So we're working to resolve it. We have a longer term fix that we've been working on. It was one of the additional phases of game performance work that we've been working on.
Yep.
And our anniversary event somewhat exposed the reasoning for us to be doing, to be deploying that work. But the work is not quite ready to be deployed. So some of the people who did that work, I guess you could call it maybe a bit of a quick and dirty version of it, or at least one that would be in the ballpark of that. And that was something that we were able to get into a check-in and get into the build that would have gone live yesterday. And the expectation was that would have had some impact on the lag that you're experiencing, specifically as it comes to accessing and then once on interacting
God,
with
he's
things
so
on
fucking
guild
eloquent. I'm
airships,
so
in
jealous.
addition to some of the impact on shared bank, because we just have tons of players accessing their shared bank right now and pulling items in and out, mysterious remnants and what have you.
If they can optimize the bank, that
bigger
would be
fix
excellent.
should be in once it gets through the full round of QA and other testing. So we don't know when it'll be ready exactly, but it'll be released once it's ready. The shorter term fix should also be in next week's patch. Again, we were hoping to get it in today to help from this weekend, for this weekend, but we were not able to. And so as a result, it may continue to be an issue through the weekend here, during high population times in particular. I would say minimize bank usage and minimize guild airship usage is unfortunately the best advice I can have for you at this time. We did do a reset though on Friday as well to hopefully try to impact this.
You have questions.
I have a feeling that basically, so what he's saying here is that he is, I don't know why the stream is lagging. I think that's on his end, not our end. But I think that what he's saying specifically is that sort of like what happened with the initial lag fix. There's never no one solution. So it seems weird for him to say like, I've never seen this part of this dungeon. What? It's all crumbled? That's crazy. Anyway, I think one of the things that he's talking about here is they couldn't see the airship lag that's currently existing in the game and some of the other lag issues because there was too many problems that were pervading it. And the example I gave for this is like, imagine you have like a swamp, right? And the swamp is the lag. And so you drain the swamp by like clearing away most of this obvious stuff and then a lot of the water drains. But then as you drain the water, it then stops draining because there's now another blockage, and you drain more water, now there's another blockage. And basically, because they drained most of the water out of the swamp, they can now see the other blockages, the stuff that's happening on the airship, the stuff in the anniversary area, the stuff at the shared bank, which is why it's taking them time to fix these things. But what I will also say, the weird thing, well, not the weird thing, is, oh, he just ended the stream. He'll be back. The other thing about this is that the Arcane Trick... oh, I gotta click the button. Live. Let's go live. Let's go live. It's coming. Do I have to hit the old refresh? Oh. Anyway, we'll check it in when it's there. But the other thing about it is that the he said that the QA is looking at some of these problems, and if I had to guess, I don't know. I don't work at SSG, but if I had to guess, I imagine that most of the QA that they have goes into specifically like the systems and engineering side of things. So it's like, because obviously there's lots of bugs in the game, but I imagine most of the QA is for stuff like testing out the bank changes, testing out some of the lag changes, things like that. And that's where 90% of the QA work goes into, or 95%. And then most of the stuff like catching bugs in like the systems things, I imagine a lot of that is just the developers themselves have to catch it. They probably don't get as much QA time of like, hey, here's a finished thing, can you hunt for bugs and find things? If I had to guess, it's probably the reason why we don't get as much QA on some of the things, and a lot of the features come out not working properly. So, because most of the QA time would go into like the bigger stuff, like, hey, make sure the bank isn't going to rip the game apart when we change a thing. Where do we find ATR trainers? Arcane Trickster trainers are just rogue trainers. So go to any rogue trainer and then say, hey, I want to be an Arcane Trickster. They're rogues. Cordovan, come back! Come back! Ugh, my brain hurts. Come back, dude. Please. Community Manager Cordovan, where are you? He's gone. Ugh. But yeah, anyways, so that is what I imagine is the case, is that QA just spends more time working on the engineering stuff. Like you said, apparently they are working on making the shared bank much quicker and less impactful on the actual server itself, and that they're also working on making the actual adventure zones a little, or not the adventure, the public spaces a little bit cleaner. But we'll see. Maybe his YouTube stream is still going. Ask wife to get you the leeches. I don't need the leeches. What would a leech even do for a migraine? Excellent question. I do not know the answer. This is a good question though. You think it's on YouTube? I could check, but I'm too lazy. Come on, dude. No, come back. Come back. Bloodletting helps everything? I wouldn't say bloodletting helps everything. But you got to keep your humors balanced. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be honest. I think it might be over. Anyways, big news. So TLDR, did you buy a bunch of autos boxes and then break your character being unable to reincarnate? Keck W. Don't worry about that. But if you didn't do that, now you have your warning. Until they fix the bank, don't buy level 36 items. Farm out the tokens or whatever they're called, and then keep those staved and then buy them later. Okay, that's what you need to know. So I'll just bring it back to here. So we're going back in game. So if you have some of these bad boys, do I have any of these bad boys? Oh shit. Wait, oh no, I did it on this character. Is it not? Is it a collectible? Did I already bank it? Oh no, I don't know what it's called. Oh no. Yeah, the phlegm, exactly. You know, if you have a nosebleed, you can get rid of phlegm and blood at the same time for your humors. Yeah, hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna go lag out the game. Whee! Very efficient ways to get rid of microplastics. How many anniversary areas do we have? We only have 2 right now, so it's not as bad. Flag's not too bad here. Although it's not like prime time. It's only like 4:30. But yeah, so you can talk to this guy. On the timeline fragment list, it's these things, the timeline fragments. Don't buy the level 36 items, because if you do, they do not do happy things to your bank. Okay, so just keep your timeline fragments, run the event, just hold on to them. They'll be fixing it later. Okay, so just don't annihilate your bank. Also, since I'm already here, people wanted my recommendations. The items I recommend you buy are this: Milicia's Crown. It gives you freedom of movement at level 4, one of the most powerful effects in the entire game, and there are very few necessary helmets. So this will be good for the entire leveling process. Buy a Milicia's Crown. You have to. It is a legal requirement. You must buy one for your account. If you don't buy one, this is free to play. That's on you, not on me. The other item that I was recommending is the Dragon Soul Vestments 36. After it gets fixed, I think this chest might be usable in the new expansion. Other than that, I can't recommend any items here except for cosmetics. The cosmetics are very cool. They're basically just recolors of these outfits, but the recolors look nice. So, personal favorites: the Robe of Resonance is a very good looking robe. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Sight Beyond Sight is, it gives you true seeing and dodge bypass, which is nice. 5% dodge bypass. And then from the other event, is it like raining outside? What is happening? And then for the other side, we go here. No, bad brain. If you want to buy anything from this guy, you can buy all this stuff. This is fine. All the cosmetics look really good, obviously. So if you just want to get a cosmetic, go to the wiki page for the anniversary, and then you can look over through all this stuff. But then there's Robe of Celebration, the heavy armor celebration. All the celebration armors look excellent. I'm a big fan of the celebration armors. This is one of my favorite cosmetics in DDO's history. The 15 cloak looks good. The red crystal crown looks good. And then of the art weapons, all of them are bad. However, as previously mentioned, if we go to post, all of the forum posts, the 5, 10, and 15th level posts are like pretty good for if you like that element. So if you're like a shock, if you like playing lightning all the time, these are really good for their level, the 5, 10, and 15.
It's not, doesn't have anything to do with the game, and has everything to do with either XSplit or my computer.
Oh.
And I cannot get it to work. I just
He's back.
don't know. I mean, we've got a 4070 Ti in this thing. I think it would be enough. It's plenty fine. But that's clearly not the problem. Something, however, keeps spiking out the GPU no matter what I do. So I can't do this. I can't do this. Sorry.
No.
I think what I'm going to do instead is just hang out for a little bit longer, and then call it a day here till tomorrow. Maybe I'll get this going on. I guess for tomorrow I will have to.
You can't stream
get
video.
OBS going and do that.
Too much data.
Solve the problem that way. Yeah, I don't understand.
I'm just memeing. Yeah, the airship scene transition looks really good.
Let the video just be all framey for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, you can't see anything when he's playing.
Broadcast. I just can't do it.
I will say I do love the
yeah, so let's just
music,
get to
though.
a few other questions.
The discordant horns.
Here. Maybe while we do that, let me put a little music on in the background.
Oh, he muted it. Nice. You can give us Mistranor boxes as apology. Oh, that's so funny. Do you guys like when I sit quietly, watching a guy sit quietly? It's like content.
Turn down the volume some.
Oh snap, we got the Red Vens music.
There we go. And get some questions. What about the anniversary quest not always giving rewards question? Is this in the coming patch? Not yet. So, good question on that one. So far, we've been investigating it since we got that initial report.
Subway surfers?
And have not yet been able to determine what might have happened there. We have not seen other reports as well. We saw 2 individuals who reported this, but they were in the same group. And we've seen no other reports of this happening outside of a player confusion issue, which is that you have to, every member of the party has to click on the chest in order to get the timeline fragments. And if you don't click on the chest, you're not going to get them. So as long as you click on the chest, you will get the timeline fragments. And we've seen that in all of the cases so far, with the exception of the one initial report early on from the 2 members in the group who didn't get it. So if it happened to you, let me know.
Yeah, we need some Family Guy funnies.
We definitely want to try to solve this to the best of our ability, but it appears that it was either a weird one-off lag spike issue, or perhaps player confusion in that they just expected it to auto-populate, and they in fact needed to click.
You mess with the natural order. Yeah, look, I don't have a thing for putting my phone screen on
yeah, I'm looking
broadcast.
forward to playing the Arcane Trickster. It's just not happening on this computer right now, and for the life of me, I can't figure out what's going on, so I can't make it happen. I agree, Druidsfire. I think is an XSplit problem. You've been having similar frame issues? Well, that's good to know. Unfortunately, because I do like using the software, but
XSplit is really good software for big projects. So, if you've never used XSplit before,
are there plans to allow characters to transfer from one 64-bit to another? Yes.
For like high-level productions.
It's been long in the works, and
it's a
more
lot of cool
difficult
tools.
process than we expected in order to be able to enable it. What we are working to do is, to the best of our ability, resolve any of the item ID conflict style transfer issues that plagued us, late last year when we were doing the transfers. And it's caused by a whole host of issues, but one of the big ones is mixing US and EU players. And that's something we have got to be able to resolve, or at least have a solution for, before we're able to do that.
Why can't you mix EU and US
develop
players?
A solution for that, but we're not across the finish line on it. And until we are, we can't really offer these 64 to 64-bit server transfers.
I don't know what the problems are. It has to be stored on an EU server in the EU. Well, yeah, but it just goes through the pipes. It goes through the computer pipes. They got a big cable at the bottom of the ocean. It moves the internet through it. You just move the character. I don't know.
I mean, in theory, Sirion, we could, quote, remove level 36 items from the game. But that's kind of not the point. Or we could remove it from someone's inventory. But so far, there hasn't actually been an issue. It's true that level 36 items aren't displaying once placed into your shared bank, but you also can't use them until at least the expansion comes out.
The classic.
So there's no actual way to utilize these items.
Launcher
right now.
music.
We're offering them as a bit of a teaser preview and motivating factor to get some early level 36 loot. So in theory, I think if you did find yourself between now and next Tuesday doing a double reincarnation and not being able to reincarnate twice because of it, you might need to wait till, like, say, Tuesday, Wednesday until you can resolve this issue.
Technically, it's not launcher, that's character creator music, but yeah. I don't know if anyone even clocked it, but I heard it right away. I heard the guy on the harp going.
I don't know, Max TV, on that question. I haven't actually traded in enough dusts to know if there's a difference. I'm assuming the purple ones are one of them, and the green ones are the other. But
see, music can play DDO with that issue. Yeah, like I said, the transfers. Hopefully, they get them done eventually. Has SSG run the game software through AI couldn't hurt? Yes, it would definitely hurt. The consensus from most major companies is that AI is not helpful for producing
the Durgar Iconic. Yeah, that'll be coming here
like
later.
A lot of video games. It was like was it like Tencent or whatever? Was like, yeah, they're not going to use AI for any of their development. They like fleshed it out and they found it wasn't good, or like it wasn't helping them.
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't know the answer on the color of the tiering on that.
Yeah. Like, there are situations where AI can be helpful. So, like, on an individual level, as in, like, imagine you're, like, a programmer.
Yeah, I can't tell you.
And you want to double-check or reference some code. AI is useful for stuff like that.
Well, I don't
as in, like, a tool an individual uses.
Here today, unfortunately.
But not, like...
Stream is being a jerk.
Just letting
not you.
the computer run rampant.
It's my computer. So I don't think I can really do much more today, other than to welcome everyone to what's going to be a really amazing weekend in Dungeons & Dragons Online. I am going to be streaming tomorrow as well. After Voodoo Spice here, we'll do some more gameplay and things like that. I'm going to be heading in-game myself tonight to celebrate the anniversary and level up that Arcane Trickster some as well. But,
Still a little bit, not much of a loss. Yeah, I don't know. You'll be able to move eventually. It's just some of the stuff is kind of
If I could tell you what the iconic class was, what would my answer be? Swim Cleric.
The fucking swimming
No
door.
hint about where the new X-Pack will be based out of. Oh, we already did. That's in the producer's letter. It's going to be set in, well, what do I say? Maybe I better
Amazing.
be careful what I say there.
Why can't his PC stream? Oh, because he's having some type of issue with his video
Out of the
streaming
Abyss,
software.
yep, the latter half as you tackle the Demon Lords escaping the Underdark in the Forgotten Realms. So we're going back to the Forgotten Realms Underdark.
I have done that before as
for
well.
The latter half of the Out of the Abyss book in particular.
Where somebody
including
asks me
the
a
Demon
question,
Lord.
and they'd be like,
And you can
Strim, what
find
do you
all
think
that
about
out.
this?
It's a little
And I'd be
long
like, I don't
in the
know.
tooth now, but we have our
What exists?
producer's
Let me
letter.
look it up. And I have to go look up
find
the thing
right there.
because I don't know what's been publicly said because I know too many secrets. For those who don't know, I know a lot of things about DDO, but I just signed an NDA saying I wouldn't say anything about them. And if I do say anything about them, this guy, community manager Cordovan, he's gonna deal with me, and you'll never hear from me ever again. So I can't say anything.
Yeah, well, I think I'm going to wrap it up here then. I'm sorry, folks, that I wasn't able to actually do some anniversary gameplay today.
Ugh.
I'm going to have to get this issue solved permanently, I guess, by just switching over.
You
to
can
a
do the
different
Quiver thing.
software
They've known
or
about it for
something
years.
like that. So,
Williams.
until tomorrow, everyone. Hope you have a great time. We've got more shows happening tonight and elsewhere. You can find our full schedule over on twitch.tv/DDO stream. And if you're watching this on YouTube afterwards, hello. Give us a like and a subscribe if you would. We really do appreciate it. You can find our full slate of archive videos
like, scribe, dude,
on YouTube. We also have a separate chat with
I'll
Torp
explain it in a minute.
on the Arcane Trickster you might
Just
want
gonna
to check
let
out.
him finish talking.
Have fun, everyone, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye, community manager Cordovan. Okay, anyways. So, the question is like, how come he don't just like, how come he can't stream it? The long and short of it is that like, if there is an issue when you're streaming with something with your encoder or something in your software, something gets updated, what have you, that messes with whatever it is you're doing, it's really hard to diagnose it quickly because that's usually the sort of thing you need to sit quietly and work on. The unfortunate reality is a lot of times streaming software is really finicky because there's so many different like miniature settings that can change over time, especially if an update comes through and then you're not aware of something that has changed on the software. So you just start streaming and run into problems while live. Admittedly, as somebody who's been streaming for like a decade at this point, actually more than that, I've been streaming for like 11 years. When you do run into some type of like technical problem mid-stream, it's very frustrating to deal with because almost every time solving any technical problem usually involves turning the stream on and off quickly. Like basically turn on the stream. Is this the problem? No. Okay. Or like, did that fix it? No. Turn off, turn on. Did that fix it? No. And that is very devastating to the flow of a broadcast. This is one of the reasons why whenever there are like live broadcasts that do happen, so like big productions and stuff, there is like a whole crew of people that are constantly testing and making sure everything is working the entire time versus something like this, which is much more informal. It's a, hey, we just do a live show once a week and we just like give it a little bit of news. And most of the time there shouldn't be a type of problem. That being said, I'm not as familiar with XSplit, which is the program that he uses, versus OBS. So I use, for streaming, I use OBS. So this is OBS here. It's got like information that I can use to stream things. So I've been streaming on YouTube. I can what have you. I can have a bunch of data and things, a lot of different schedules. So I have all of this. It's a relatively simple program and doesn't do a whole lot of stuff. So if you want to do something any more advanced than what you can do here, so for example, a lot of like real commercial broadcasting, they won't use something like OBS because number one, this doesn't have the same level of channels and you can't divide things and reintegrate things in the same way you can on something else. So as an example, you can add transitions if you want. So I can put like a transition from one scene to another. So there's like literally a transition or no filters. There's a transition button somewhere on here where I can add those special transitions that he has. But there is like, when it comes to the more complicated switching and taking in more media sources, OBS really struggles with that. So for example, if you are running like a broadcast, which I'm sure you've seen, like, let's say like a press conference or something on like, or something happening, like let's say SSG is doing a real press conference, they got like 5 cameras or 6 cameras with multiple camera angles, they got people moving, they got everybody mic'd up, everything else. That's where you want a more heavy duty broadcasting software, and something like XSplit is great for that because it's originally designed as a switching program, which then gets turned into like a full broadcasting program. Oftentimes you'll still have a physical switcher, like a physical switchboard that you can use, but the digital is also good for that. So anyway, TLDR, that is just a bit of a lesson as to why sometimes it is annoying, but it is difficult to solve those problems in the shorthand. It's just that, like, and I've had this experience happen before. Basically what's happening to him is that for whatever reason, he's experiencing frame drop. So when he starts moving in the game, the frames are dropping. So the computer program is telling you, hey, the frames are dropping. This is a problem. And so I can even show you. Hold on, I have a thing here. So you can see it has frames dropped 0%. He would be able to see how many frames he's dropping, but he would have no idea what's happening. His bitrate might be perfectly fine. He's not using like the frame rate might be stable. Everything is good, but they're just losing frames. And it could be the encoder that he's using might not be working because of a software update or a firmware update onto one of his devices. Let's say you have an NVIDIA card or an AMD card, and there is a firmware update that comes to one of these cards. So when you log in to OBS or you log into XSplit, the program automatically downloads the most recent update for whatever your encoder is, but you don't have that physically on your card because you did not know that there was the update coming. That can immediately cause a problem. It could be that, which happened to me, this is actually one of the reasons why you look here, I have multiple outputs. So I have the Twitch stream and the YouTube stream. This is a plugin. Thank you, Sora Yuki, for making this plugin. I do not use there are some built-in multi-streaming tools you can get. So like if you use Streamlabs, which is another program that does this, they actually have a built-in multi-streaming software. But the way that it works is you multi-stream to their software. So instead of what I'm doing right now is Twitch is here and YouTube is here, and my computer is streaming to both of them. What this multi-stream software is, instead you have Restream, which would be right here. So you stream into Restream, and then that clones the stream and then spreads it out. So basically it means that anybody can multi-stream because you don't need to have as much data. You'll notice my bitrate here is quite high, and that's because I'm sending equal parts to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So if you don't have, like if I have a very fast internet connection, but if you don't have as fast of an internet connection, you can use one of these services to have them basically handle most of the legwork for you. But the problem is, if there's a problem with the encoders on their end, you won't even know, which is one of the reasons why I don't use them. Restream oftentimes will drop frames or drop other things because it is a busy platform doing a lot of other stuff. So it would happen where my YouTube stream would cut out for 5 seconds. My Twitch stream turns off and then turns on a minute later. And it's happening downstream, so I don't even see it. On my end, everything is correct. All the numbers are good. Everything is good, but it's happening beyond where I can even see. Right? And so that's kind of the issue with diagnosing some of this. And the worst part is if I want to diagnose a problem, I got to go into the settings, which I don't know how much is here, but hold on. I'm just going to make sure I can show you some of this stuff. But yeah, I can go into the settings, right? And let's say, for example, I want to like show my streaming settings. So I have like my bitrate and all these other things. Imagine I want to make an adjustment here. If one of these things is a problem, maybe my processing speed is too high or too fast or too slow, I need to make an adjustment. You have to turn off the stream and turn on the stream to adjust that and change that every single time you want to change something, and that's going to be dependent on the game. For example, I'm playing Dungeons & Dragons Online. Dungeons & Dragons Online, as some of you know, is not very complicated. There's not a lot of stuff. But if I play a game that has a little bit faster movement of pixels on the screen, so let's say you're playing a game like I don't know, one of them like space shooters, like Space Invaders or whatever, or one of the more modern ones. Was it like the Toho games or something where they have like, there's like all the lasers and you got to dodge the lasers and stuff. There's so many more moving parts and pixels on those screens that oftentimes if you don't have the right encoding settings, it'll actually start just dropping frames, even though your computer's rendering it fine. Processing that into the video makes it a lot harder, right? So anyway, TLDR, streaming is a nightmare bundle of software and hardware getting mixed together with also you trying to figure it out. And if you're not somebody who's used to dealing with this, it can be a difficult thing. That being said, Cordovan is familiar with this. He's been a broadcaster for like the past 20 years, used to work in radio, used to work a bunch of other stuff. So he should know how to solve it, but also is probably familiar with the frustration of suddenly the thing is not working, and now I'm already here. The stream is on, and I got to deal with it, and that sucks. Favorite Soul Pure Caster, yes. You can do it. It's not that great. Anyway, you can start your own computer consulting business, help people set up their computers or fix software issues. That's just being in IT, and I could do IT. I just need to get a certification. Could you stream on a GTX 1660 Super? Yeah, probably. It would just look like, I don't know if it would look good or bad. I don't know anything about that card. Maybe. Insulting you while consulting. I try to not do that. I try to be more charitable to people. But yeah. You streamed in the past, it wasn't working? Yeah, I've had issues with Restream. But yeah, anyway, there's some behind the scenes about how some of that stuff goes. Like I said, it might seem really confusing to the outside in, but this is one of the reasons where like you have like a team of, like, if you ever wonder what the production team looks like for any like modern set, you'll have like these relatively large production crews doing things. To give you the best example, when I was on the PAX stream last year at the end of August, early September, I got to be at PAX West. So the stream was from it was like 11 to 2, I think. So it was like 3 hours. So I was supposed to be ready for 9 in the morning, and then I got checked in, and then I was in a call where basically I dialed in to one person, and then that person was part of like a large call line where they could like actually on the same call talk to just each other. They could just signal each other in and out. So everyone could always hear me, but they didn't always need to hear each other depending on what they were working on. And also, again, they didn't need to talk to me. And so I could hear these like distant conversations, like I was in a room basically, but I was just still sitting here at home. And we did like sound checks for probably like 5 minutes, not even 5, there's like 10 minutes. And then a bunch of like checking video feeds, audio feeds, all sorts of other things, like hooking together. And then we had to do like a bunch of sound checks between everybody to make sure everything was like perfectly lined up. And then while the broadcast was running the entire time, you guys couldn't hear it because you would just watch the stream and you just saw like, the 3 people who were playing the game, me leading them through. The whole time I had people in my ear telling me stuff, telling me about like pacing, we got to get this done, ad read coming soon, do this, do that, the other, what have you. Because, or if there was a technical issue, they would be like, hey, fill air, 30 seconds. Like, we're solving a thing. And so that was like constantly just like running in the background because you need to have these like big crews. It's really cool to be a part of. I just got to be a part as a distance, but it was, oh man, it was overwhelming. I'll tell you that much. Cool though. It was really cool. Mix and melee, yeah. Favorite Soul Pure Caster, by the way, is fun. It's just not as strong as some of the casters, but it is fun. Going on at all times would send me crazy. You usually will have like 1 or 2 people directly talking to you, but you'll hear a lot of that, yeah. You will hear a lot of voices going. And like sometimes, so you'll be reading a line, right? So like imagine you're like on the news. They would have, because they have an earpiece on, they're reading the teleprompter that's telling them to say something, but as the teleprompter is going, there's somebody that will be in the ear. They'll be like, ad break in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, like that. Like the amount of countdowns you hear in your ear of just like, okay, this is happening in 5, 4, and so you're still talking, but you hear the countdown as you're like, and we're going to move on to this thing. It's happening right now. Blah, blah, blah. Just stop talking to listen. No, you have to be able to do both. It's a skill. I have a lot of respect for people who can present like that. So yeah. Anyways, it's gamble. But yeah, Arcane Trickster good. You had over 300 packs and bought another 150 and nearly doubled my wildcards from yesterday. You bought 300 packs? Oh my god. This guy's back on the magic train. Yeah, but you bought 150 packs. All right. Time to do some more gambling. Hello, Sterling. I would like to trade. So I'm on 4, which is 1,000. Oh, Dustic Mythic Power Cloak. It just adds Mythic bonus to a cloak? Oh, that's so cool, dude. I'd like to trade. 5 is 250. Card of Curse Cleansing. Add it to the pile, baby. Add it to the pile. I gotta get more remnants. Need more remnants. There's a bank. The bank in the Hall of Heroes, right? So purple is greater, but I haven't used any myself. Does it say lesser or greater? Is there anything that would indicate that? I'm at 6 pull. Ooh, that sounds kind of good. Oh, the bank. Oh no. By the way, they're gonna put in a fix for the bank, and everything loading slow. Oh yeah, baby. Good old remnant stacks. Let's trade some more. Is Sterling here? Oh, I can gamble here? Okay. 5k remnants. Next. Another rare from Myth Draenor? Let's go. Purple Reaper and Green Mythic for those color scheme, but someone's one is lesser and greater. I don't know. We'll find out. And 10. Or 7. Rank number 7. Curse Cleansing. Let's go. Does it reset in a week? No, resets each month. February is being lumped into March. So you're gonna have 12 months. Is this about MTGA check stream picks? Oh my god. Oh man, should I make a category in the Discord for Magic Gatherers? It just says it gives a mythic bonus. I assume it's a mythic 3. If it's a mythic 1, that'd be silly. No, there aren't people. Wow. So aggressive. Oh, I can't even move, dude. I got mythic 3. Yeah. I imagine it's just the 2 colors. This one is mythic and one is the other one. Probably shouldn't be using this bank, but whatever, we're using this bank. Anyway. The old curse cleansers. Look, it's only you're only saying that because you beat me yesterday. Just add a card to curse cleansing. Oh look, there's another one. Let's add another card to curse cleansing. Let's see, card. How many do I have in here? How many do you think I have? I have 5. I don't know what to do with all this. I have too many, dude. It's just locked with a link to gambling addiction resources? Yeah. Got 2 curse cleansers and 2 MD boxes? Yeah, I've gotten 2 MD boxes so far. I got 2 MD boxes, 2 cards of curse cleansing, a deck of many cards, a whole deck, so a deck of many curses, and a pack of cards. Why don't they stack? Because it's DDO and nothing stacks in this game. So I get the event currency. You get the event currency every time you do it. There's no ransack. Yeah, you can bank the boxes until whenever you want. Yeah, the deck just lets me curse whatever I want, so I can curse any item. So if I have some crazy item, I can just curse it. Like something that's like really, really good. So I'll probably just curse it on one of my other characters. If I go to like potions, put that in there. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep it until I need one. I kind of want to just get all the swords and stuff, because all the weapons are really cool. Like for cosmetic purposes, but yeah. Expensive for curse cleansers, the price has to have dropped quite a bit. Hold on to those curse cleansing cards for me. Oh, thanks, dude. I really appreciate it because they're really taking up space in my. I want to get a whole page of curse cleansers before I do that. Curse the Shining Crescents. I'll curse the Shining Crescents. I will. It's a good idea. Yeah, I gotta get out of here. Hold on. Need the Dracolich boots? Yeah, but those come from the raid. So, okay. I gotta get out of here. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I could turn in my token. Where's my token? Did I bank the... Oh yeah, token's in the bank. I could turn in the token and then get the Shining Crescents. Do you guys want me to curse the Shining Crescents that I'm going to make? Alright, fine. I'll do it. No one even said yes yet, and I just was like, yeah, okay, fine. Let's do it. Hey, you grab the Crescents? No, I didn't use it yet. I have not. To curse it till you get a good curse. I'm not going to re-roll it. No. Oh, I should go back to farming it, huh? Yeah, good idea. Alright. Deck of many curses. Where's the token? It's in here. Token. All right, we're going. I'm going to the anniversary area. Do you glamour the crescents? I have no idea. I should run Titan. You know, we could run Titan, but instead of running Titan, I could also run my head into a brick wall. Which I think would be a more fun and fulfilling activity. Yo, a new PowerPoint just dropped. Alright, let's go curse the Shining Crescents. Okay. Where's the guy? It's not Fred. There's a guy. Is it this guy? Is this guy? Yeah, it's the guy. Okay. Alright. Cress. Shining Crescents. Bazinga. I now have the Shining Crescents. So this item is a quarterstaff that is also a two-handed weapon, that is also a sickle, that also does slashing damage. It's really wacky. It does 2d6 damage. It's really neato. Now we put a curse on it. But before we do, you might as well gamble. Good curse? What kind of curse? Good curse or bad curse? Gamble now. It'll be subjective to what I think. So if a curse shows up and you think it's good, but I think it's bad, no. Bad curses are curses that don't do anything. Like +2 to a skill, who cares? Yeah, or transmutation DCs. If I get a bad... Actually, transmutation DCs is not all horrible because I would play it on an alchemist. But there's a lot of bad curses. Nothing that... There's no, like, stat negatives. Yeah, underwater breathing is a bad curse. Yeah. The butterflies, yeah. So we'll see. Abjuration DCs is a bad curse. I would take transmutation, but abjuration is pretty bad. Is favored, the potential becomes silly. If this becomes favored, it doesn't matter because sickle is already a really easy weapon to get favored. Because you just take Oladra, which is sickle, which is favored. Yeah, give me the swim curse, baby. +2 to swim. You have a minute left on your gambling. But yeah, so we'll see how that goes. Sickle Alc build when? Eventually. I don't know when. Sorry if I'm quiet. The migraine is getting really bad. So it's very hard to focus right now. So I'm probably going to curse the sickle and then be done. I want to do more, but I'm really struggling. How to gamble? There should just be a button in the Twitch chat somewhere. Also, if you're on YouTube, you unfortunately can't gamble because it's a Twitch exclusive feature, RIP. Okay. Lay on mist. What? Can you dual wield the sickle? No, it's a two-handed weapon. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1, draw. My grandfather's deck has no pathetic cards, but it does have Gift of +2 Search and Spot. Like, search is a good skill, but that's not a good curse, dude. That's not a good curse. Did you type woo it's good because you want it to be good? Are you trying to gaslight me into thinking it's good? I'm so sorry. Bad curse. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Now you can search and spot. True. That's true. I didn't think about it. You can search and spot with this. Yeah. There we go. But yeah, now we can search and spot. Of all the options. This could have gotten +2, like, intelligence or dex or strength. Get this straight. They make a giveaway to entice players to log in, but the servers can't handle it, and so the paranoid player would make an augment for free, so they create a new duplicate? No, I don't know what you're talking about, RWM. You're like conflating multiple ideas. They did announce a giveaway, and then they changed the items and made it so you can't turn things into augments. But I don't know anything about duplicates or something. And the game is not broken, it's still working. Yep. I'm only a little over 100k away from my second flex. This guy's gonna be flexing so hard. Anyways, I have horrific news, which is that I have a major migraine that I've been fighting for the past, like, 4 hours. And I can't fight it anymore. So I'm gonna go sit in the dark for a couple hours. Hold on. Oh, it's so much better this way. Now it's like the darkness is over my eyes. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Hope you had a fantastic time. I know this is a slightly more abrupt end to the stream than I would like, but it is what it is. I'm going to try to get something out about Arcane Trickster so people have something more concrete and solid to follow. If I can, I'll see if I can produce the beginner basics Arcane Trickster. Now we know what the bugs are and aren't there, so that people have something to follow. At the very least, you'll get more actual build guides. So I'll be putting more on the beginner basics. So there's the current beginner guide, which is a dual wield dexterity longsword build. There's going to be the additional one, which is going to be a Harper agent build, which should be fun. And I think I'm going to add a pure spellcaster, so that way you've got 3 separate options for Arcane Trickster. That should be simple and easy to follow and go with. But yes, my migraine is hurting my brain. So yeah, again, I apologize for ending the stream early, but yeah, it is just migraines. I don't get migraines often, but it's a lot. It's really overwhelming. I assume you ate some pills? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Good stuff. Shitter about to chains. About to chains! Oh, at least it's getting darker now, so I can sit in the dark. That's the good thing. I look like I'm in a cabal with this. It's just I have the thing coming over my face, and I'm just inviting you to join the cult. Yeah, or like a hacker from the 90s. Oh, it's not good. Anyway, I will put that back on later. But yes. Yes. Thank you guys for watching. We had a fantastic time. Again, sorry about ending the stream a little bit earlier. My brain... migraines suck, dude. Yeah, I'm in. You know what's unfortunate? They don't do that anymore in modern, like, movies and stuff. You don't hear, like, people hacking into a thing and then just going, I'm in. They should. Let's see. Let's raid somebody. Who can we raid? Brackhot raided me yesterday, so we'll raid him back. You guys can go hang out with Brackhot. Common triggers: emotional stress and shitty curses. No, I've been like this all day. I had this feeling like this morning, but I just wanted to be able to stream today and play some Arcane Trickster, so I was like, I'm just gonna push through for a bit. But then after a while, it's just like, you know what, we're not pushing through. This I don't know anything about a migraine. A migraine is not entirely like a headache. It's basically like it's like a headache in reverse. So you have like a reverse symptom. So you do have a lot of head pain, but regular medications don't usually solve the problem. And it also causes other secondary symptoms like light sensitivity, nausea, a whole bunch of other problems. And the nausea is coming on, which is why I'm like, it's fine. I'm just finding it difficult to focus. That's the bigger problem. But yeah, is Tonquin back? I don't know. Tonquin's in the anniversary event though, so maybe. I'll be back. Just go to sleep when I get a migraine. Yeah, dude. Like, I'm just too busy. I don't know how to describe it. My brain just like needs to go and do things. So I'm gonna go 50-50. Anyways, I'll be back later after I die. Okay, bye. Whoa. And now YouTube chat. It's just you and I. That's right. You and me. Nobody else is here. This 3 builds will be uploaded when? I missed. So on Beginner Basics, so if you've seen any of my Beginner Basics videos, in the description of those videos, 24C4, in the description of all of those is a link to a actual big build document. One of them is already there, and the other ones are coming. The video that goes over it will be coming later. I just want to be able to play it and get a better understanding as to how it actually works. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question. But yeah, it's already there. So if you want to check out Beginner Basics, I don't have a video, but in the actual build document, it's there, which is linked in the description of that video. I'm going to see if I can get my bot to actually connect to YouTube chat as well, because if I can, then the bot commands will work there, and then it makes it easier for me. But I don't know how to do that, and I'm not going to learn today, because I'm going to go... My brain hurts.